Hello, hello, and welcome to the Beaker Show. We are jumping in today with session 89. We're kind of getting ready to step into the next arc of our story here. And we got a lot of things going on, a lot of new things, a lot of stuff happened in the last session, so I highly recommend checking that out if you haven't. But beyond that, we're going to get our players in here. We're going to get a little recap going. And we're going to see where we're headed today. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the story. All right. So, quick overview of what happened. Last session, you guys fought with Counselor Heck, finishing the gauntlet of challenges to make your way to this Aboleth that had taken over the Zetrum hideout and had hidden himself within the walls there. You got the key, made your way up the staircase to go into kind of the back office area. Saw a little bit of the mechanics of what was going on here with civilians being held prisoner, having tiaras attached to them, and some new mind flayers being born in these chambers. You made your way all the way to the back where you met an interesting angelic-looking being who identified themselves as Cathot, the first Aboleth. Had an interesting conversation as he ate dinner in front of you about how he viewed the world and what his goals and ambitions and intentions were, and tried to win you over to his side. Many of you were not tempted. Some of you were for a moment, but as you delved deeper and learned more of his intentions, it became kind of clear that maybe you guys weren't really cool with what he was planning. So you decided to bug out of there as you guys were a little drained on resources and didn't want to necessarily take him on right now. On your way out, you spotted a couple of the pieces of the artifact you've been searching for a while. But as you landed yourselves back in the Feywild, you all decided to allow Callie to run back to try and grab those pieces to see if she could secure them for you guys and maybe give you a little bit of a leg up. And she did so, putting herself right back into the chamber with Cathot only moments after you guys had left, and made a mad dash to the bottom to recover those pieces of the artifact. She did in fact grab them, though in this process Callie managed to fail a saving throw. And what that means for you guys is to be learned or to be determined, or we'll just kind of see how it plays out. But she was returned to you alive and with the remaining pieces of the artifact. And as you guys began to debate about what to do with those pieces, where to go next, what your goals, what your tasks should be, you heard screams of infernal nature and saw a rift appearing in the sky as it cracked open and burst fire and the shapes of devils and bats in the skies above you, though none of those creatures necessarily making it down or going anywhere. You just saw these images in the sky as the world kind of quaked and everybody just kind of wasn't really sure what that meant, but it calmed after a moment, and that's kind of where we find you guys now, having just experienced this and on the eve of handling Cathot. And it's a little later in your day, probably mid-afternoon here in the Feywild, but you guys have been up to a lot since you woke up. But that's where we're at. So, setting the scene here, you guys are in Forester's Glen in the Feywild, Lalia's hometown. You have been approached by Artie, who helped you with your mission to send Callie back, and he returned her, and he has made his way off to attend to other things and left you guys to your conversations about what to do. Most of the town of Forester's Glen is out and about, kind of doing their daily things. You've had a couple people check in that recognized you, but given that Lalia has spent ample amount of time here in the past few months for you guys, it's not necessarily abnormal that you would be here. So nobody's rushing to see what's going on or hailing you to come to certain things. So you guys are kind of able to do what you like. But at this point, most people have kind of stopped, and you can feel a small air of panic and uncertainty as to what is going on with this rift in the sky. But as you take a few moments and you just kind of soak up what's going on, the screams die down, the images kind of fade, and the crack in the sky, it doesn't shrink, but it doesn't grow. It just kind of seems to be this dull, red, fiery crack just above the plane of existence you're in. As people still kind of tenuous and are just kind of examining it, but going about their day as best they can, because, again, it's the Feywild. Crazy stuff happens here all the time, so they will certainly probably keep an eye on it for a while, but what it means, we're not really sure. So with all that being said, we come back to you guys as you have had your conversation interrupted and you're all standing together, probably a bit tired, but alive and together. I will look at turning it over to you guys. So, what would you guys like to do? Any conversations to be had? Any things you want to address in this moment? We'll hand it over.
So the scenario is she just came back and we're just seeing her as she came back.
Callie has been back with you for probably 15-20 minutes as you guys were talking about what to do with the artifact and where to go next.
Got it, okay.
So do you think we're supposed to fix that too? Pointing to the crack in the sky.
How far is it exactly, like, stretched across the sky visually?
It's hard to really tell because it's pretty far, pretty high up in the sky. Almost looks like, kind of looks like, to put it in real life terms, like the trail that an airplane leaves behind. So you imagine it could be anywhere from a few hundred yards to a couple miles long.
Oy.
And it's not open, it's closed, but, or is it, like, a rip?
It's just kind of pulsing. It just looks kind of like when you get a scratch and it bleeds a little bit, and it's just kind of that red around it, but you can definitely tell that there's an opening in the middle where you've been cut. It's kind of what it looks like.
Gross.
Yeah.
Okay. Things like... I have no answer for that. I don't know how to fix that. Do you know how to fix a tear in the sky?
No, but can't be good, right?
Nope, that's
I mean,
not
obviously
good.
not. I mean, unless gold's gonna rain out. I don't know. That actually be very nice.
Our luck
be
has
rich
never
again.
been that good.
We can be rich again. Nah, I'm kidding. Never mind. No, we're not gonna be rich. That's probably really bad. Yeah, no. I don't know what to do about that. And yeah.
What's the likelihood that we think this is happening on all the realm?
Nick just looks back up at it and he's like, say it's pretty likely it's happening at other places also, other realms. Is it like glowing like a radiant color of any sorts, or is it just like
It's just like blacks and reds.
oh, okay, ominous. I was like, it's all like sunshine, it's white kind of glowing, and it's not like
It's
this where it's like pure blood
rainbow.
red, and it's like making the skies turn different color. Okay. Alrighty. Should we take a look at that artifact then?
I think so.
Just staring at both of you, considering Zan
I don't know.
doesn't
She has
have
the artifact,
any
so I thought she was gonna.
artifact.
Yeah, no, I didn't know what's up because she has the artifact, so.
Well, I have two of them. If we pull them all out and look together, maybe we can figure out how they fit together.
Do we really want to do this now, or do we want to, like, sleep beforehand? Or do we want to choose a different plane? I don't know. Where are we staying for tonight? Lalia?
Why are you looking at me?
We're in the Feywild. It's your terrain.
We have beds just like everywhere else. There's an inn. You could stay there.
Look, I really don't think it matters if we go.
money.
I really don't think it matters whether we sleep here or our realm, but it won't make much of a difference. But if we do need to go to sleep, I would say we should do it now while we're out of his grasp.
Just before, like, demons start coming out of the crack.
Or maybe we shouldn't sleep. I don't know. I don't know how much time progresses and if this thing gets worse. I don't know what happens.
If you're looking for a free place to sleep, I believe Bink still has his mansion, yeah? That works here as well as on the material plane.
Yeah, we can do that.
I guess that would be the safest place.
Though, with Bink having said. How did you put it, Bink? You said being out of his grasp right now? Lalia's gonna look back up and say, do you think it resembles like a claw mark?
Who was that question posed to?
The group.
Oh.
Herself. Whoever. Artagan if he's still around. You know, whoever.
I don't know. Usually a claw mark would be like, what, 3 slashes? That seems to only be one.
Hmm.
Lalia, do you still have third piece, or did we give that to one of your centaur friends here?
I still have it.
Oh, okay.
I will keep it safe. I wasn't one to put anybody in danger.
That's fine.
Yeah,
But-
it is fine.
Someone needs a nap.
Well, we were talking about resting, and now we're talking about the artifacts. What are we doing?
Well, considering Bink's mansion is a separate plane of existence without the crack, I figure
Hopefully.
we go in there. And I
We
guess
should, yeah, we
figure it
should
out.
be fine there.
Is there crack on this plane of existence?
Is there?
Hmm.
Probably, maybe, most likely.
Would it be okay with the group if I go see if Jennifer is around?
Yeah, that's fine.
Are you sure?
Well, I mean, yeah, it's fine. Everything's fine.
So I do want to confirm, how long was the last time since we did last sleep?
2 sessions ago,
I was gonna say it's been a while.
before you guys took on the gauntlet and met Kathat. So while it's mid-afternoon-ish here in the Feywild, you guys have definitely been up for 12 or more hours, at least. So you've got a few hours still to play with before you're pushing exhaustion, but you're definitely tired.
Okay, guys, let's get a good night's sleep before we continue anything. I am quite exhausted.
Well, we can do that. Well, seems like Lolly wants to go do something else.
Do something else.
Yes. Yes.
Which is fine. Nothing against it. You know, relieve some stress.
Do you want us to come back to the mansion?
No.
Are you sure?
And
I'm
you know
not
what?
sure I like her being here with the big crack in the sky.
What's wrong? She can come to the mansion. What's wrong?
I just kind of want to sleep tonight.
Yeah, I mean, you can't sleep. What are you talking about?
Yeah, no, we're all going to sleep. That is the point, right?
Dude, you get your own, like, secluded rooms. What are you talking about?
Okay. Just want some peace and quiet.
Dude, I can make your whole entire room soundproof if you want. I don't understand what's happening.
Yeah, that
Are
would
you
help.
like, can you wake up easily? I'm pretty sure
Well-
I punched you in the face before to wake you up, and you were still
No,
asleep.
you were thinking about Aiden.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Aiden has flashbacks to the reason why he doesn't sleep in the nude anymore.
Oh no.
But yeah, let's Bink just literally wait, no, he's not gonna open it here. He's gonna open it. Wait, where are we exactly right now?
We're like right outside the wall, right?
Yeah, I
Or
mean,
are
you
we
guys
in
are
town?
inside.
Oh, okay.
So you'd be like here-ish.
You know, we could go set up at Christina's house, like put the door inside her house if you wanted.
Yeah, that sounds good.
I'm sure
Lead
she
the
won't
way.
mind if we go crash her party.
Yeah, lead the way.
All right.
So you make your way over to your best friend Christina's house.
Mm-hmm.
Knock on the door, and she answers. Oh, Lalia, how are you?
You know, as good as can be expected in these weird times. We
Yeah.
were just running away from some really bad guy, and we need a place to put up our magic mansion tonight. Would that be okay?
Do you want to fit a magic mansion inside my house?
Just the door.
All right, that should be okay.
I don't want to impose. If it's too much, we will go camp somewhere else.
No, it's fine.
All right.
Just clean up after yourself.
Sure. I will make sure Bink does.
You hear
What? What? I didn't agree on nothing.
some clattering and like something falling in a back room, and you watch as your friend turns and yells back in the house, "Lalia Jr., what are you doing?"
Oh no.
Lalia Jr.?
Oh
Hi,
God.
Jake.
Christina looks back at you. What? I can't name my child after my best friend?
Oh. That insinuated something completely different.
What?
What?
That Lalia had a kid.
She
Oh.
can have it if she wants it.
When would I have had
Yeah.
time to have a child there, Zanzibar?
I don't know.
Do you even know how this stuff works?
You weren't with us for a long time.
You don't know much about gestation periods, do you?
Nope.
Yeah. No, I was here helping Christina while she was pregnant. Apparently.
Yep.
I am learning just now.
Wait, you didn't know at the time?
Michaela didn't know. I guess Lalia did.
Hey, time passes weird when you're traveling through planes. So
I, for the life of me, cannot remember Lalia Jr.'s older sister's name now, though. Victoria?
Yeah.
Veronica?
I think it's Veronica.
Something with a V.
Maybe it's Victoria. I have to look at my notes. It's been a minute.
It's in here somewhere.
Wow. She welcomes you guys in, and you do in fact see a small female centaur with a ashamed look on their face, cleaning up a mess in the kitchen.
Hi, Lalia.
Hello.
Oh, God. I see you are growing very quickly. You are so taller much than the last time I saw you.
Do I know you?
And you are learning so many words.
She just kind of like stares at you like, huh?
Yep, good talk.
Oh my god.
I am great with kids.
Christina kind of looks at you like, yeah, you probably haven't been around a lot of children centaurs, but they grow pretty fast the first couple months.
Yep.
They're usually up and walking and talking by about 3 months.
Valerie. Her name is
Yes.
Valerie. Okay.
But she probably doesn't recognize you yet because, you know, child brains and stuff.
Yeah, see, this is why I am so much more mature and grown up than the rest of you. Centaurs grow up faster.
Man, that was fast. You weren't kidding though.
Yes, well, I think it's probably a lot of the horse genes in us.
Horses grow fast? How fast do they grow?
Well, they tend to mature a little quicker than humans. They got to be up and ready to run around because, for a long, long time in their past, they were wild animals. So if you're a baby and you can't move for a long time, you're probably going to get eaten.
Yep.
Ow. Sounds horrifying.
Yes, well, that's why we're civilized now.
That still sounds horrifying.
Well, you're not wrong.
Do you know where I might find Jennifer, Christina?
I think she's over at the academy.
All right. I will go get her in a little bit. But is there a good place to put this door?
Wherever. You look around the house and there's just clutter everywhere.
Oh, no.
So just pick one. You can use the spare bedroom if you want.
Sounds good. By the way, does Calliope still have the other 2 artifacts? Or has someone taken them from her?
Technically, we discussed it, but they weren't taken by force.
Okay. But if we discussed it, who wanted to take them?
Leanne would have taken one.
Okay.
Because we don't know that she still has the stone.
Okay.
So I guess that's up to Callie then. Would she have given a piece to Zan?
She would. However, she would like to keep a very close eye on where he puts it.
Cool.
Does she see where he puts it?
Unless he is deliberately trying to hide it. Which he could roll a sleight of hand if he would have been thinking about that.
Oh, wait, no, it's Bink who has the absolutely insane sleight of hand.
He probably would have not been thinking about that because the crack in the sky probably would have taken his attention.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
So,
And yeah, if Callie was actively thinking about that when handing it to him, you certainly could have seen where he put it.
Mm-hmm.
Which one was she given to him? The metal rod or the trying or the trigger piece? Right, because that's the 2 she has. Is the rod and the trigger, and then
Yep.
Wally has the triangle.
Yeah.
Yep.
I would say she'd probably keep the trigger for herself because it sounds smaller.
You know,
Right, I'd use it as a mop handle, truthfully.
Goodness.
Maybe back scratcher.
Yeah, let's use the trigger as a back scratcher.
oh boy.
You see, like, them around the corner as I say that, using it as a back scratcher.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and we can see the backpack.
Yours went into your backpack?
Yep.
Okay.
Cool.
And this is a weird one for me. So Lalia has been incredibly intentional about not saying where she put her piece since Zanzidar shared that he took the ruin stone.
Mm-hmm.
Like, to the point that like, she has not told anyone where it is since then, just out of an abundance of caution. So I don't even know how we would do this, but Calliope is trying to see if she can determine where Lalia's piece is. And I don't.
I think Callie would probably have to do her best to actively watch Lalia when she was moving things or pulling things in and out of pouches and things.
Okay.
So it would probably be an investigation check from Callie.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the only counter that Lalia would have at the moment would be like perception to see if she saw Callie
Callie
eyeballing her.
Okay. Yeah. Because it's not so much that she's actively trying to hide it. It's just that Lalia has not told anyone where she put it since
Mm-hmm.
the ruin's done. Alright, so Calliope will roll investigation. We got a 17. Lalia's perception. Ooh, it's only a 15.
Okay. So Lalia would not have perceived that Callie was doing this necessarily.
Okay.
But Callie, there's probably some things you could check off the list.
Okay.
I don't think you know where it is, but you know a few places it is not.
Okay.
So like most of her basic pouches or her backpack, things like that, you've kind of tried to sneak a peek anytime she's opened it, and you have not visually seen it
Okay.
in any of her packs yet.
Gotcha.
So, curiosity. Lalia doesn't know that Callie essentially ran out on the Degmadu fight, right? But everybody else in the party does.
Yeah, she only knows as much as you all shared with her, and I don't think you gave her super detail.
When did Kelly learn about the information that Lalia had the stone? Was it just in or that Lalia had the third piece of the artifact? Was it just in the conversation that Zane brought up the artifact?
Probably. Just now, yeah.
And what's the time frame that it has been from then to now?
Since the Degmadu fight?
Because, like, no. Since Zane brought up the artifact.
Oh, it's been like 30 minutes? An hour?
Yeah, you're probably coming up on an hour. Because you guys talked, you watched the rift, you've had to walk through town and find your way to Christina. So you're coming up on an hour probably.
While Callie's trying to figure all this out from Lalia, as far as where the artifact is her demeanor like changing at all? I'm asking basically, would the party be aware, since we've already been betrayed once by Callie, if there's anything weird?
You could make an insight check.
Oh, okay. Super good at those.
Well, clearly I'm great at deception, but...
Hey, you rolled higher.
Nothing seems out of place at the moment. Or she's at
Gotcha.
least doing a good job of hiding what she's doing.
I would say, if anything, you're noticing that Calliope is showing more interest in Lalia than she normally would, but it's confusing because, you know, you also just met Lalia's patron, and he offered Calliope a deal. And she's never been to the Feywild before, so it's kind of getting lost in, like, maybe she's just interested in the Feywild.
Gotcha.
If that makes sense.
Yep.
So she just looks curiouser than usual. More curious.
Also, the other thing I will add to that conversation is that Cathot knows that one of you has it. and he
Oh, yes,
stated
he
that
did
out
say
loud.
that,
He
yep.
did not. He didn't say who had it. He just knows that one of you has it with them in some capacity.
And it may have come up in conversation at some point, but I don't think it was as explicit as what Zanzidar just laid out as Lalia, you have the third piece, right? So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would have been the first time Callie had confirmation of who has it.
Ah. Yeah. Oh boy.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Cryo also knew that you guys had it.
Yeah. But I'm not sure he figured out that Lalia had it.
No.
Which was another reason she was just keeping her mouth shut. Like, not gonna tell anybody where Dizzy is.
We're not at Jennifer's place. We're at
Christina's.
Christina. Started with a C. There are too many C characters.
If it helps, Christina is literally just the girl form of Chris because Chris made me come up with it on the spot. So.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
And her husband is Michael.
Yep.
For the
Gotcha.
same reason.
So, Christina, did you see the crack outside?
You know how much crack I have to look at every day? What crack outside? Is my child outside?
Bink just points like up and out the window.
She kind of looks out the window and stares up. Nope, that's new.
Yeah.
What'd you
Wait, what do
do?
you think? What do you think he meant?
I thought he was talking about like butt cracks or something.
Oh, I thought you were talking about crack.
Yes, that's what that crack is.
No, he said butt crack.
Yeah, crack. Butt crack. Same thing.
No, that's. Never mind.
But yes, I see the crack in the sky. What did you do?
Not much. Tiamat may be let out of her prison.
Wow, you really fucked up then.
We are just still on the process of fixing the other fuck ups. This is not necessarily a new fuck up.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds great. Hope she doesn't have any grievances in the Feywild.
Well, you know,
About
we're not
that.
staying, so.
Oh. Good luck.
But if, say, something were to come knock down your door, we're not here.
Yes, well, we have been doing a very good job of training a lot of our able-bodied centaurs. Lolly has been a big help with that, so has her friend Jennifer. We can protect ourselves to an extent. I don't think we could fend off Tiamat, but guess if that's what the gods deem us time to die, it will be time to die. But I think we could handle some devils.
Awesome. Okay. I think after that, Zane will step into the mansion.
You got it. Cool.
Well, for now, I wish you a good night. I think we're all tired and we need to move as fast as we can once we get a good night rest.
Alrighty. Enjoy it.
As you see Bink just boop into the mansion.
I really don't want to have a conversation with myself, but
Yeah, wait.
I don't even know how to do this. This is weird when you're not the DM.
You just get up out of your chair.
Yeah, right?
Just Lolly on one side, and then
This is my Gollum performance. Okay. I'll just do it this way. Calliope is going to ask Lalia, like, isn't your girlfriend a big book reader? Which Lalia says yes, she loves books, right?
Mhm.
And so basically Calliope is asking to go along with Lalia so she can chat with Jennifer.
Okay.
So they're gonna go to
It's
the...
up to you if you let her come.
Sure. I don't know.
Cool.
Yeah, why not? I don't know why Zanzibar is being so weird. Jennifer is a very quiet person. She pretty much just sits and reads. She's not going to make... You know, Bink is the one who snores. So we'll go pick up Jennifer from... Where did you say she was? The academy?
Yep. As you make your way over to the academy, which is really just kind of this like indoor-outdoor training facility, you begin to approach and you start to hear, oddly enough, Jennifer
Okay.
shouting.
Well, this is ironic.
You gotta be quieter! Shut up! Shut up! You're never gonna sneak anywhere like that!
Love it.
Shut up! No! Why? Are you seriously eating something in the middle of a... As you make your way up, you see Jennifer just in the middle of what you can only assume is a training class for rogues.
Rose.
You see one idiot just in the corner with like a bag of chips.
Of course. Nice crinkly bag.
She's just got this frustrated look. But as she sees you, it kind of clears a little bit. Then she runs over to give you a hug. She's like, well, hello!
Hello.
These people are idiots!
Oh, yes, of course they are. You're doing a very good job of reminding them that they are dumb.
Ugh. I just want to go back to reading, but I promised to help these people.
How long do you have to be here? We're only here for the evening, and Bink has the mansion, so I thought maybe you'd like a night of respite from the Feywild.
Yep, class is over. See you later, losers. They all just kind of, and start making their way off to their next class. So, all right, I'm good.
Keep up the good work.
What good work?
You gotta have some positive reinforcement now and then.
Oh.
This is what I've learned.
Yes. Next time, eat your snacks first.
Is that a good idea? What if they didn't puke?
Well, too bad.
Oh, well, I guess they'll learn.
They'll learn how to puke quietly.
Oh, that is an art form. What am I talking about? I don't know how to be quiet.
But yeah, absolutely. I'd love to spend the evening with you.
Good deal. We are at Christine. Well, the mansion is at Christina's. So. And it sounds like Bink and Zanzadar already went to bed, so it might just be us and the invisible servants, or the Bink servants, for dinner. But, you know, that'll work. I don't know where Aiden is.
Well, that's okay. I got some reading to catch up on anyway, so, you know, it'd be nice to have the evening.
What are you reading?
A lot of stuff.
Like what?
Like 6 books or so.
Mm-hmm. Do you read mostly fiction or non-fiction?
Well, the Feywild doesn't have a whole lot of non-fiction. But all the things that they do call non-fiction, I'm pretty sure are still fiction. At least it would be on the material plane, so I'm going to say fiction.
Have you ever read anything about making artifacts?
In a fiction or a non-fiction sense?
I suppose non-fiction, but maybe fiction has some insights too.
A little bit, I guess.
Like what?
Well, there's some fiction books where people are creating artifacts as like part of adventuring parties and things like that, just kind of mystical whimsy. And as far as like real life, I've read a couple artificers books because I thought about maybe being an artificer at one point, but that didn't really work out. I didn't really have the patience to sit still and tinker with things.
Can't relate.
But, you know, just kind of things about like using magic to infuse items and general creation of magic items. So, you know, artifacts were mentioned briefly as needing a lot more power than general enchantments. Taking a lot more time to actually create in the first place. Most of them are thousands of years to make one artifact. Unless it was a
Wow.
god or something crazy.
Yeah, I don't think we have 1,000 years.
Well, are you trying to make an artifact?
Oh, has Lalia not told you?
I mean, I know what Lolly has told me. I don't know what Lolly has told you.
I know what Lalia has told me, but I don't know what Lalia has told you she's told me.
Oh god.
Assume everything.
10 minutes later.
Or should I assume nothing?
Whatever works for you.
By the way, could this whole conversation have been in Thieves' Cant? Just for
Yeah. She can speak Thieves' Cant.
right?
So Lolly is just kind of sitting there like,
If a bird lands on the water at 2 o'clock, what color will the train station be on Tuesday?
turkey legs.
Ah. Or is it
Apple
turkey
pajama
breast?
sauce.
Yeah. Exactly.
Alright. We'll head back to the mansion.
All right. The three of you make your way back over. As Jennifer just kind of saddles up next to Lolly and talks about some of the things she's been reading and doing.
Lalia listens. I can't remember if she's picked up any books since the last time she's seen Jennifer, but if she has, she won't hand those over.
Only if you stole them from Cryo or Callie's house.
I don't think so. I think I just had the ones from, because there's like a bookstore in Zanstown,
Oh, yeah,
which I would have
that's
already
true.
given to her. Yeah.
Right.
I think that's it.
You guys make it back. You heading into the mansion?
Yep. Assuming we're all allowed entry.
As far as I know. Bink, are you banning anybody from your mansion?
Yes, those two specific. No, I'm kidding. No.
I swear
They
the
try
door
entering,
was right
it's just
here.
like just smacks into the portal entryway.
Right.
Yay, peace and quiet.
You make your way in. You see that you all have the assigned bedrooms as you may prefer. Anything you'd like to do within the mansion, or any conversations you want to have, things you want to look at?
Is that post to anyone?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'm giving a shout out to Polychronos.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, checking in. Last time you didn't answer me.
Make a religion check.
You up?
Oh, finally a good roll.
Nice.
As you reach out, you feel that your words are being heard now. You don't necessarily receive a response other than knowing that you've made a connection.
Have you heard? Tiamat was let out of her cage. I don't know what that means for you, what your two relationships are. Um, might be my fault a little bit. Sorry. Good news, though. Apparently, we have the artifact that can flip their alignment or whatever. Well, we have the three pieces. We haven't put them together yet. We stole them from this guy called Kathoth. Kathoth? Kathinker? I don't know. I have one piece currently. Should we put them together, or should I find a place to hide it? And that's all. That's all he says.
Okay. You get some silence. You feel, as you're talking about the Tiamat and things like that, you feel waves of anger and anxiety and fear. And then just like this moment of all of these things culminating, and then you feel them like deleted. Like you feel like a negative space. Like these feelings were all just cast aside somehow as things neutralize back out. And the response that you hear from that is, you may use the weapon. This realm has always been for the mortals to choose their path. It's not great that the gods are intervening and that this Kathoth has come back to us. But the weapon poses no threat to those without a spark of divinity within them. So do what you will with it, but research the consequences first.
Okay.
That's about all you get.
Interesting.
You get this feeling of like almost inadequacy or helplessness as the conversation dwindles, as you feel that connection. Like you're really getting the sense here that there's not a whole lot Polyachronos could do even if he wanted to. And you have the understanding that he doesn't really have any power right now. He's immortal, and that's about it.
Gotcha.
So, and I think you kind of have a bit of understanding that he doesn't necessarily take sides. He just looks for balance in things. But the information you've given him seems to upset him, which means the balance is not great at the moment.
When he said it has no threat to people without divinity, does it seem like he meant our group or himself? Or
I'm not sure.
he's not?
Take it as how you want. Maybe he was just telling you you don't have to worry about accidentally shooting yourself in the foot.
Or maybe he meant the exact opposite.
Yeah.
Don't shoot yourself in the foot.
After they stepped into the mansion, could I hear them stepping?
Probably.
No, we're totally silent. No.
You could hear
Did
Lalia.
Bink soundproof Zan's room? Did he-
Yeah, I guess if you requested soundproofing, no, you would not have heard them.
Okay, good.
Did he ask?
It's funny. It's so quiet. I know he's not here, but Calliope would like to find Aiden.
Mm-hmm.
And he would probably see that she seems maybe like a little troubled is the word that I would say, or confused or conflicted. And it's weird to talk through this without him here because I don't know what he would say, but she's mainly thinking about the fact that she so quickly and willingly jumped into a portal to go and steal things for her friends, when jumping into portals and stealing things was what got her in such hot water not a few weeks back. And she may be feeling a little guilty about such a snap judgment. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. And is also just kind of wondering, how do you... Is it possible to make people trust you without stealing things for them? Because it seems like everybody wants her to steal things for them. Is kind of the gist of her thought process.
Mm-hmm.
Enter Aiden wisdom here, but
Yeah. I would imagine he would give you a good brotherly talking to.
Yeah.
And probably explain to you that no, you don't need to steal things to get people's trust.
Mm-hmm.
And that's unfortunate that that's been, the standard so far.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody else?
No.
I don't think so.
Alright, then let me ask this. Bink,
Yes.
do you create windows on your mansion that would allow you to see into the pocket realm of existence that you're in?
Nope.
Cool.
That is so weird.
This mansion is just a giant closet.
It's a cloud closet. We're in the sky.
Cool. Duly
Sky's the
noted.
limit.
Awesome. Then yeah. If nobody else has anything, you all can make your way to a peaceful rest. As you do so, you can all click the long rest button. No interruptions, no sudden mishaps. You guys can spend your evenings however you want in the company of whomever you're with. You awake the next morning feeling refreshed and ready to go. So as you all awake, is there anything you'd like to do in the morning?
Bink's gonna make that unnecessarily long table into a short table and eat breakfast with bacon and chunky apple juice.
An unnecessarily long table into a short table. So
Yes.
you didn't reduce the length, you reduced the height, right?
Oh, long table to a short table.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I'm just
Okay. I guess, yes, the plan works.
um well, I mean, as soon as breakfast is ready, then we'll go down to the breakfast table.
So, Callie, as you awaken for your day, you can make a wisdom saving throw for me.
Purple.
What did I say? Did I say you had advantage before?
I don't remember.
Because I don't know that this is magic. No, it is. Yeah, you'll have advantage.
Okay.
That's fine.
Uh-oh, did it not come through?
Maybe not from you.
That's depressing. This is what I got.
Okay.
You want me to try to roll it again?
No,
know
I see it now. I just
Okay.
had to reload. Okay. As you awaken, you feel that the effects of what had happened in the lair with Cathot have lessened.
Mm-hmm.
You don't feel that they are... You feel like there's definitely some lingering effects and some questions, but you feel, for the most part, like yourself again.
Mm-hmm.
I'll say the one cryptic thing I can give you is you feel like you have a connection to Cathot. Like, you could talk to him.
Ooh.
Is anyone at the breakfast table?
It's just Sansadar.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm mostly just waiting for everyone else. I mean, Bink is just eating his bacon and chunky apple juice.
Um,
Then Bink and Zanzibar.
They're on opposite ends of the table. That's still too long.
No, I shortened it. I made it.
Yeah, but...
Let's lengthen, however you want to say it.
I'd say Lalia and Jennifer are probably there. Calliope will make her way there. I don't know if she's there right away.
So, as Zion sits down and eats. Speaking of gods, I talked to Polychronos last night.
And how did that go?
He's not really happy that Tiamat's out of her place. But She said that the weapon, the artifact, has no effect on anybody without divinity. And that we should also research what it does before we actually try and shoot anybody with it. As
That-
apparently there's a cost.
For the research?
Hmm?
For the research? There is cost for the research?
No, there's a cost for using the weapon.
Oh. That makes more sense.
I mean, usually getting into Candlekeep, there's kind of a cost anyway, but
True.
Lalia, make a religion check for me.
Gladly. Maybe, if my screen will work. Alright. Dirty 20.
Cool. So Zanzidar mentions the weapon not affecting anybody that doesn't have a spark of divinity.
Mm-hmm.
That particular term rings with you.
Okay.
And I think you would recognize and realize that that doesn't necessarily count all of you out.
Mm-hmm.
If you're connected to a god, especially if you're clerical or a paladin or some monks or have some other deep-seated connection to a god, you would have a spark of divinity within you.
So you know, we're talking about sparks. Not sure that we would be safe from this weapon.
In fact, I think, Lalia, you could pinpoint, to the best of your knowledge, given all the stories and things you've heard from everybody in your party, Bink's probably the only one that doesn't have a divinity spark in him.
Ironically, Bink is the safest of us here. Yeah, you know, I think this goes back to the whole conversation with Katat, where we thought maybe he was just gonna get rid of the gods, but then, you know, in doing so, that also means he's gonna get rid of everything the gods have made. I think we are all a little bit of divinity, except for maybe Bink. Somehow.
interesting.
Yeah.
So we would all be obliterated except for Bink.
You know, there are worse ways to end the world, but yeah, probably.
You know what I find troubling?
What?
Tiamat's out of her cage and she hasn't contacted me.
You think you're important enough that you would be her first phone call?
I'd like to think so.
Mm.
I mean, there for a while, she was talking to me nonstop. Or trying to.
Right, but wasn't she talking to you because she wanted to get out of her cage?
Yeah, but
So now
I
she does not
mean-
need you.
still giving me a ring would have been nice. Hey, I'm out.
Parasocial relationships are very dangerous, Sandstar.
Oh. What's that?
That's where you form like a mental connection with someone you don't actually know in real life. Then you
Oh,
make your whole personality about them.
Like Tiamat, Polyachronos, Bahamut, Artie.
Well, no, I met Artie.
Oh.
He was just here, remember?
Yeah, but isn't it still a parasocial relationship?
No, that is a parasitic. Actually, symbiotic, really. But
Oh.
what are we talking about again?
How we can shoot Bink with our new weapon and it won't affect him.
Oh God.
I don't think that was the takeaway.
Sitting down for breakfast, getting out artifacts, all that stuff, all that nice stuff. Figuring out if anything worse happened with the crack outside. Continuing. Hopefully we don't walk into our impending doom by the end of the day. Same old, same old.
Same old, same old.
Well, I think our next stop was to go to Candlekeep to research the artifact, right?
Yes, we need
Oh,
to
yeah.
know more about this, how to assemble it, see what it does exactly. Hopefully it doesn't explode in our face. We like put in the last piece, it just like nukes the whole entire place.
I mean, we're gonna hope not.
Maybe. Yeah, that's Candlekeep.
Do we have room for
Agreed.
Jennifer to come along to the library?
Oh, I guess she would be a good asset in a library.
What do you say, Jennifer? Can you
Yes.
take time? Okay. Off work. Yep.
I'll just
Okay.
go tell them that we're gonna play a game of hide and seek. They will feel awesome when I don't find them for how long is this gonna take?
At least a day. I don't know how we'll get you back home, actually.
Yep, it'll feel awesome to them that they managed to avoid me for an entire day. Positive reinforcement, right?
Definitely not bullying.
How long do they usually manage to avoid you?
They don't.
Oh.
I count to 10 and then it's over by 15. They're not good at this part. They're pretty good at punching stuff and shooting stuff, but they're not.
They're all centaurs, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I think at least half of them forget that their hind ends stick out. The other half are taller than they think they are. At least 2 of them can't stop eating. It's a process.
So, are you getting paid well to teach them then, or what's
Wait,
the
people
goal
get
here?
paid to teach?
Not here. I don't know what he's talking about.
I get food and board and the girlfriend
Hmm.
and
Okay.
access to all the books I can imagine, and I get to study the Feywild. I'm good.
Well, have you been to Candlekeep?
Not yet. I've read about it.
Are we allowed to bring guests? I don't remember. We had to go through a whole registration thing.
But everybody's allowed in, as far as I know, as long as you bring something to add to the collection.
Well, that's true. Do you have something for yourself? We all have library cards.
We can bring her.
Just bring Jennifer. Or, we could steal. Does anybody have Rhaegar's library card? She could look like Rhaegar.
I'm pretty sure I have something for them.
Alright.
It's not one of those increase your skills by 2 books, right? Because apparently those recharge.
Yes, I know.
Oh.
I've got a handful.
Did you happen to pick any up on the road to Lilion?
No, I have not walked to Lelion. Did you
Oh,
lose
okay.
one?
I didn't know they recharge.
So you took an artifact level book and threw it on the ground.
Yep.
Do we really have to keep
was gonna
this guy
say,
around?
Lolly's gonna take 2 steps back from Zanzidar.
But you're lucky those things can't be damaged, but that could be gone forever.
I realized this like just a day ago.
You see, she pulls out a little list and starts writing on it. All right, where was it?
I dropped it on the road to Lelion. We were going from Fandalen to Lelion.
Fandalen to Lelion. All right, at least that's a small area. Well, I'll go find it someday. I collect those books.
I kind of assumed.
I don't know if I'll ever find one that I'll get to use, but I've got a bunch that are recharging. And she kind of looks at Lalia. And I paid for them.
Insight check.
Sure.
Making it with disadvantage because she's infatuated.
I don't remember her plus to deception. I know it's insane, but I'll just give her like a 10.
16, so yeah.
17.
Okay. That's right.
She's a little hard to read, but you think she's telling the truth?
Of course. She's a very honest rogue.
Yep.
Those exist.
Absolutely.
I mean, while Calliope's over there, like, why would you pay for them?
Yeah.
All right, so should we go say goodbye to Christina, or do you want to just go from here? You know what? It might give her a heart attack if we just worked from in here and then the doorway disappeared and then she doesn't know where we're at.
Yeah, you know, I'm not in the habit of scaring my best friend, so I'm gonna just pop my head out.
Are you sure she's your best friend?
Yes, why?
Usually, if you don't scare your best friend from time to time, then they're more like your friend.
Zanzidar, who's your best friend?
Rhaegar.
Wait, what? Now I am confused. We're gonna unpack that later, but for now I'm gonna go say goodbye to Christina.
You poke your head out the door, you just hear some shouts, and you hear Christina. Lalia, what did I tell you about wiping?
What?
Back to front. Oh, hi, Lalia.
Whoa, no, that is wrong. No, don't do that.
I didn't finish my sentence. Telling them what's wrong. There's too many of you in this house.
There's more than one Lalia?
Well,
wait,
there is now.
There's 2 Lalias. Oh, dear. Alright, we are going.
Oh, all right. It was wonderful to see you.
Thank you for letting us use your spare bedroom.
You got it. Don't forget to wipe. I mean, you're welcome.
We're taking Jennifer with us.
All right. I'll let the academy know.
She's apparently already told them something about the hide and seek game. It's unclear.
Yeah. Yep. That's it. Yep. That's today's lesson. So I guess they're gonna win this time. Or, well, shit. They're probably just gonna hide until she gets back. I'll get snacks.
Alright. It'll be good for them.
Yeah.
See you soon.
Okay.
And I'll pop my head back in the mansion.
restricted section was in Candlekeep, yes? No, in a separate location.
That's correct.
Okay. Alright. If everybody wants to get together and grab some hands,
Mm-hmm.
we will go to Candlekeep.
Cool. So as you all group up, make a circle, clasp hands, and Zan, you begin to chant the incantation to teleport you from the Feywild / the pocket dimension you're in back to the mortal plane, material realm of existence through your plane shift spell. I'd like you to roll a D100.
Okay. Eighties.
Cool. So, as you all begin to feel yourselves pulled into this magic, you begin to see the world around you blur, and things begin to just become just passing images and colors, and feeling like you're just being rocketed through space. And then it gets warm. The colors begin to go pale. Your bodies begin to tense as that warmth becomes hot, and the hot becomes scalding, and the scalding begins to feel like your very blood is boiling as the colors around you in this vortex, as you are shifting through planes, goes from random brights and greens and yellows and blues of the Feywild to dull neutral grays and blacks, and those blacks begin to seep and become darker, and you just begin to see blotches of reds and oranges and deep yellows, and it becomes more and more red until eventually, matching the boiling temperatures that you feel, you see nothing but this deep, almost blinding red. As it suddenly ceases, you feel normal again, and you see yourself standing in front of a large cobblestone library of Candlekeep.
Zanzadar, I think you may have taken the wrong turn in there somewhere.
Nope, we're here. Look.
Let's not take that route next time, though.
Same route I normally take. I mean, I've cast a plane shift spell, what? Total of 4 times now? And doesn't usually end up like that, right?
Nope, that was extremely odd.
Yeah, I think well, I'll look up in the sky. Is there a crack?
I'd say so. The crack that you saw in the Feywild is, in fact, replicated here. However, the original crack is about twice as long as it was before. And you see other cracks splintering off, kind of spiderwebbing out. To give you a visualization, imagine somebody had just punched a pane of glass, and you see those cracks just kind of shooting out from the place of impact. That's what you see in the sky. They're still black with that molten red line through the middle as it's just weaving its way across the sky.
Yeah, so I think the crack is messing with the plane shifting.
Well, that is not good.
But we don't know how to stop it. Do things where we can, right?
Right.
Start walking towards the Candlekeep. See if there's a librarian or guard or something.
As you begin to approach, you notice that it's pretty slow here. You don't really see anybody out and about. Last time you saw patrons coming and going fairly consistently. As you know, at least there was a connection from Candlekeep back to the Neverwinter Palace, but you don't see a whole lot of people. You don't see anybody utilizing the teleportation station. In fact, you don't even see anybody manning the teleportation station. But as you approach the guard house, where you knew to check in before, you do see a dwarven man that is kind of manning the table at the moment. He seems to be reading a book, and he kind of looks up as you approach. Oh, visitors! Whoa, goodness me! Yes, hold on a second. As he puts his book down, and you see him kind of step out, and he looks a little disheveled. He looks a little unkempt, but he kind of looks you all up and down. What? How can I help you? Are you here for refuge? Or are you here for what are you doing?
What do you mean refuge?
We're a bit full, but we might be able to sneak a few more bodies in.
We just came here from the Feywild. Are you under attack? What's going on?
No, I wouldn't say under attack necessarily. Just everybody is being very cautious and kind of, Do you not know what's going on? Where have you been?
So...
He kind of points out the crack in the sky.
We were kind of under the sewers of Neverwinter, and then we went to the Feywild after that.
Okay.
Looks concerningly over at Lalia because he doesn't know how much to say.
This may sound like a really weird question, friend, but what day is it? What's the date?
Well, it's yada yada waka waka the 48th.
And how does that compare to when we bamfed to the Feywild?
Make a history check.
As Lalia.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, 15.
Okay. About 6 months.
Whoa.
Oh, crap.
Yeah,
that's fun.
Timey-wimey. Woohoo. So, pretend we don't know anything that's happened in the last 6 months.
What that? Well, that's when
You work at the library. You know how the Feywild works.
I know, but goodness gracious. Well, the crack appeared in the sky, right? And, well, we weren't really sure what that meant, and nothing really happened for a couple days, and then these weird disappearances started happening, and, well, we've got a lot of refugees from Neverwinter. They all ran through the portal within about the first month or so. It seems like, I don't know the correlation yet. They're still working on it. They have a council and a bunch of people working on it. But it seems that a bunch of civilians in Neverwinter that had these circlets on their head, these silver bands, suddenly vanished. And, well, I guess so did many of the world leaders. I believe the King of Neverwinter was among them. So was the Queen of Aralani, the most of the council of Baldur's Gate. It's quite well, everything's a little chaotic right now. So most of the militant commanders and most of the council that was able to be scrambled together of Neverwinter deemed it unsafe for any civilians with circlets or other such ties to those people to remain in the city, so they sent them out to find hospice in other places that had magical warding. So we've taken in quite a few of them, but the world was a bit of a chaos for a few months there. It was crime everywhere now that the regents were gone and nobody really knew what was going on. But most of the cities have created councils now and have managed to get things back under control for the most part, but we still don't know what it means. And as far as I know, we don't know where the world leaders are, but I'm not necessarily a part of the inner councils or anything, so yes, so that's why I was curious as to why you would be coming here. I figured by now we would have received all the refugees we could, but if you need shelter, we could perhaps assist.
We don't necessarily need shelter. We were looking to get in the restricted section.
He just kind of stares at you blankly. You want... Wow, in all honesty, I've worked here for about 97 years. I had never once had somebody request the restricted section. You must be either brave or stupid.
Probably a bit of both.
Can confirm.
So you're saying there are no circlet people with you?
There are some circlet people amongst the refugees, yes. We believe that our magical warding is preventing them from being taken. Most of the ones with circlets, though, are being held in... well, not necessarily held. They're not prisoners by any means, but they are under observation and are located in a specific area of our hospitality ward. It doesn't appear that we've had any go missing since they've been here.
Sounds like you're doing the right things by them. Not that it would ever come up in conversation, and not that it ever needs to, but refrain from telling them we're here.
I don't even really know who you are, so I don't know who I would be telling them is here.
Good. That means you're safe.
Okay. Well, if you're not here to be a refugee and you want access to the library, I need a donation or a library card from each of you, please.
In times like these, you just said you're taking on refugees.
Yes, they're not in the library.
So?
Well, if you want in the library, you need to follow the rules still.
I say you let us in for free.
Look, the world can be in chaos. Candlekeep will not.
That's right.
Knowledge must be protected and guarded at all times.
Yep.
Especially in chaos, in moments like this.
And it will be.
Great, pay your dues.
No!
While is rolling her eyes and pulling out her library card.
Oh, wonderful. Look, she has a card.
Yeah, I do too.
Then why all the rigmarole?
Because it's fun.
Ugh. I take it back. It's not whether you guys are crazy or brave. You're just crazy.
I think we told you that to begin with.
It was implied. Calliope's gonna sidle up to Jennifer and say, "Any chance that book can get us both in?"
Well, we're probably gonna need to. Hold on a second. And you see as Jennifer pulls off a pouch, and you see she has a bag of holding, and she kind of opens it. Says, oh, I forget what I titled it. Hold on. And she just kind of grabs it and flips it inside out. And you see that her bag just spills forth like a couple hundred manuscripts of like written materials. Says, well, pick one.
Ooh. Any titles catch Calliope's eye?
Not necessarily, but they all seem to be handwritten.
Dope. I'll pick one up.
They all kind of seem like not necessarily fan fiction, but other writings that seem to mimic or coordinate with like other titles that you've certainly heard of.
Interesting.
And she kind of rummages through and picks one out herself and then starts putting the rest back in the bag. Says, here, I got 2 original pieces of work. The dwarf kind of looks at him and says, oh, yes, originals. We love originals. What style are they? Well, they're continuations of stories in my own verse. Ooh, okay. Well, that's always kind of fun. We love add-ons, I guess. It counts. All right, hand them over. You see he casts an identify spell on them. You see he looks up a ledger and starts to purse through it and says, yep, nope, doesn't look like any of these are already on the list. All right, wonderful. Donations have been accepted. The 2 of you may receive a library card once you're inside. And I think that's everybody.
Out of curiosity, when's the last time somebody stole something from the library?
Well, I guess that depends on what you mean by stole. Do you mean they actually got away with it, or they attempted to?
Actually got away with it?
Well, never that I know of.
Really? It's that safe?
Yes.
So if somebody were to just
Insight check?
leave some kind of something or other in the library, it would never get taken.
Yeah, you believe him. It seems like he believes that, at least. Says if you were to leave something in the library, it wouldn't get taken. Well, I mean, if it's a book, and it belongs to us in our collection, of course it would not ever leave. But I would not recommend leaving your own personal valuable items just sitting on tables. We don't really police those things.
Okay.
Did you have something you wanted to add to the collection that we could ensure safety for because you don't believe yourself capable of doing so?
Not currently. I was just curious.
Alright, well, just know we do also have a small branch devoted to things like relics and other pieces that artwork and things that aren't necessarily written, but should the need arise, as long as it's an original, something unique to the collection, we would certainly be happy to take it in for you.
Yes, but say a god wanted it.
Like, actively wanted it?
Like, theoretically wanted it. Could a god steal from the library?
Well, that's quite an interesting question, considering a lot of our wards and things are very deeply connected to the god of knowledge. I suppose it'd be possible. I can't imagine what a god would feel the need to steal and not just create themselves.
Right, my thoughts exact. Regardless, if I have more questions, I'll talk to you again.
All right, well, give me just a moment. I'll ring a page for you. You see, he begins to kind of mutter and cast something under his breath and says, all right, well, wait here just a few moments. I'll have somebody. A few moments pass, and eventually you see a young elven man kind of approach the gate. He says, oh, hello, I'm going to be your page while you're here. My name is Charlie. Welcome to Candlekeep.
Thank you. You're here to escort us through the restricted section, right?
Give me.
Oh, what? Is that above your pay grade?
No, I just have never actually had somebody go to the restricted section. That's quite interesting indeed. Well, you obviously don't know how the restricted section works, do you?
Nope.
Well, don't suppose I'll ever be seeing you guys again, so follow me.
Okay.
He begins to
Whoa.
He begins to
Wait.
walk you towards the library, and as he does so, he kind of explains, like, yes, well, here at Candlekeep, I'm sure you know most of the rules. Most of you already have library cards, it looks like, but no fires are to be used within the library. Any magical means that would destroy or damage books, including water spells as well as fire, do not work on these premises. If we find that you are tampering with the protections or the seals to try and damage any property, intellectual or physical, of the Candlekeep libraries, you will be expelled. Upon multiple offenses, you will be terminated and never to be seen or heard from again. Haha, that part's a joke. We're not going to kill you. You just won't ever get to come back. Anyways, but needless to say,
That's kind of a letdown.
yes, well, needless to say, all of those rules that you know and should definitely keep close to you are thrown out the window the moment you step into the restricted section.
Oh, so we're allowed to use magic.
Yes. You will probably need it, as there are quite a few books down there that will try and kill you. There's quite a
Okay.
few books down there that have magical capabilities of their own. Quite a few that have been known to summon demons and devils and even krakens from time to time, and a few dragons, I think. And, you know, you should probably be very wary of the guardian of the restriction section.
Oh, hang on. Zan will rummage through his pack at this point and find the note he wrote down with the demon's name on it that he was supposed to go hunt for that one shopkeeper.
Yeah.
Nettie?
Is there a book that summons this demon specifically?
I have no clue. I have not read anything in the restriction section. If you wanted to look up more about that demon specifically, I could certainly take you to the infernal section of the main library. You might find some information about him there.
We should stop by there first, guys.
Yeah.
All right, I can certainly make sure that that happens. Well, right this way, I guess. And he takes you into the main library area, and the first place he stops is he walks by down this corridor that just has doors on the left and right, just all the way down. And he eventually stops and produces a key and opens this door, and he says, this will be your allotted study room. You may use it for as long as you wish to be here. You can sleep here, you can have room service here, whatever you need. This will be your essentially place of residence while you are visiting Candlekeep here. And he just kind of hands each of you a key. He says, that is the only way in or out. Do not lose your key. I cannot make you another one. We would have to change rooms, and that is just a pain, so please be careful. But that room is yours for the time being. Now, as for the infernal section, If you would all please follow me, we can certainly make our way there. So he begins to walk, taking you down a few flights of stairs. You find yourselves in what you can only assume is probably a basement area. There's much larger stones and stonework down here. It's a little colder, almost damp, but you can tell that there's some sort of magics in the air that keeps it the right amount of moisture, the right amount of humid. As he walks you to a section that is labeled Infernal, and you see a lot of these books have chains on them. You see many warnings, and in fact, you see attached to the bookshelves, a lot of the shelves here look like they're made out of like stone or metal. Attached to the bookshelves with like little ropes to make sure that they stay attached to the bookshelf. You see what you can only imagine are oven mitts.
Oh.
Says, yes. Well, this is going to be where you find most of the information on devils and demons that are known throughout the Sword Coast. Any information we have on them, it's not necessarily live information, but some of the books do get updated magically on their own quite often. But this would certainly be the place to find the information you're looking for.
Awesome. So it's been about 6 months since we were here on the material plane. I assume you look up at the sky every so often, right?
Yes.
How long did it take for that one crack to get all those multiple?
Well, it started sprouting within the first month or so.
Oh, okay. So about 4 weeks. Has the time frame increased since then, or?
It hasn't stopped. It's not going any faster, I don't think. Haven't paid that much attention, but it's growing.
Do you ever travel to different planes?
No. Why would I do
Oh.
that? I have everything I need right here.
Have you heard of anybody else traveling from plane to plane? Because we had a bit of turbulence on the way in.
He kind of stares at you and then puts his hand out and motions to the whole library. Yes, I have absolutely heard of people utilizing plane travel.
Recently?
As in the last 6 months? No.
Oh.
As far as why
Okay.
your magic was turbulent, well, I don't necessarily know. I don't study those magics myself. I suppose we could look at enlisting a professor that might be able to help you. We have professors of magic here. I believe most of them are still residing within their study rooms. I could certainly track one down, and maybe they could explain how that magic works for you.
I think Zan will lean in closer to him and whisper, Tiamat's been released from her prison.
He says, wow, yes, that's a wonderful book. Would you like to check it out?
You're enough. Okay, let's find this thing on the demon and then go to the restricted adventure. Everybody, spread out and look.
All right.
All right.
Anybody that would like to look for a book on some demons, make an investigation check. I'm gonna pull out my demon book. Which demon did I give you?
Look back in my inventory, see if I wrote it down. Or maybe it wasn't or maybe it was on my no. Arcus? ARCUS is what I have.
Orcus. ORCUS.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so putting your heads together, searching through, you do eventually come across some information about Orcus. You learn that Orcus is the demon prince of undeath, also known as the Blood Lord. While he takes pleasure in the sufferings of the living, he prefers the company and service of the undead. His desire to see all life quenched and the multiverse transformed into a vast necropolis populated solely by undead creatures under his command. You also learn that he makes his lair in the fortress city of Neratir. Which is on the Thanatos, which is a layer of the abyss. Is the layer of the abyss that he rules over.
Would that be the hell plane, or was that an abyss plane?
That would be the abyss.
Okay, so not anywhere we've been.
Nope. Yep, he is generally found residing inside of his castle made of bone, where the interior walls are made of flesh and carpets are made of woven hair. And the city surrounding his castle contains wandering undead, many of which are engaged in continuous battles with each other.
Interesting.
I think Calliope has anime heart eyes right now.
Let's see. You would also get a physical description of somebody that did not return from seeing them. He is a bestial creature of corruption with a diseased, decaying look. He has the lower body of a goat and a human-like upper body with a belly swollen with rot. Giant back wings sprout from his shoulders, and his head is like the skull of a goat, the flesh nearly rotted from it. Yeah, he's pretty gross. He commands legions upon legions of undead ghouls and zombies.
Alright. I think have the page make a copy and put a copy in Zan's pack.
You got
Can I get my own copy?
it. Sure, absolutely.
We're definitely gonna put this body in your dad's mausoleum.
Oh, absolutely. Have
Although
you
I
ever
think-
been to a natural history museum where there's like the T-Rex in the front? That's gonna be this body.
Hopefully, Nettie won't need the body. So all she said was I had to kill this guy.
That should be fun.
All right. It doesn't have any information on how to kill him.
Nope. Doesn't even take a stab at it. In fact, you just see plenty of warnings and plenty of little add-on like author's notes that anybody that provided this information about Orcus was ripped to shreds and is now part of their undead army. Or at least assumed to be.
Alright. Now that we've found that information, we can go to the restricted section.
So you guys receive your copies of this text and begin to make your way even lower into the basements here of Candlekeep. You are eventually led to a door. This door is barred and chained and looks very heavy and looks very unused, though certainly guarded as well. You see a few guards have been posted down here. It seems like there's like some barracks, like this is pretty commonly or is pretty regularly attended. And the page that is leading you kind of steps up and says, yes, I have a group that wishes to die. I mean, enter the restriction section. The guards kind of cock their heads like, really? Oh, that's a first. The other guard looks at him and says, ah, shit, there's something we're supposed to do when this happens, right? Oh, yes. Yes. Welcome, visitors, to the restricted section of Candlekeep. Any and all who enter here beyond this doorway do so at your own risk. Candlekeep is not liable for anything that happens to you. Not loss of life, nor loss of soul, nor any sort of eternal damnation that you may experience or be gifted or granted or accept being any demons or devils or contracts that you make within the halls of the restricted section are solely your responsibility. Candlekeep cannot and will not be held responsible for any actions taken by or against you in the restricted section. By passing through these gates, you acknowledge that you have, in fact, provided and written your own will. Should you want it or need it, it can be provided for you. Somebody here could certainly help you write one. Otherwise, you take your life into your own hands when you enter these doors. Death is inevitable unless you are lucky or blessed. No assistance will be provided. No maps have ever been made. Good luck. I think that was it, right? That was it. Is that everything we put up? Yeah. Yeah, pretty much you're on your own. And Paige kind of looks back at you and says, yep. Are you guys sure you still want to go in there?
Well, now I have to figure out who I want to will my stuff to. Yeah, give me one of those wills. I'm just gonna do a quick one.
Oh, right this way, sir. He walks you over to a small chamber off the side here where you can see another elf. This one looks a little bit older, a little more mature, seems to be in the process of reading something, kind of looks up from his studies. Says, whoa, hold on. Ooh, hold. Can I help you?
Yeah, I'm here to do a will.
You're going into the restricted section.
Yep.
Wow. You know, I've worked here for 2,800 years. I've never actually had to make one of these. Cool. Who do you want all your stuff to go to?
His name's Rhaegar.
All right. Well, this will take about 10 minutes. I'll bind your soul to a contract here, just a basic will of rights. That way, should your soul be separated and obliterated and no longer a part of your body, whether it be living or dead, this contract will then appear here for it to be followed out and carried out, and we will definitely seek out any personal belongings that you currently own that are not behind the door of the restricted section, and they will be given to...
Really?
We're not going in there. Anything that can be
Well,
retrieved magically will be done so.
Can you send Rhaegar in there?
We can allow him to enter, yes.
Can you write up a will that says if my soul's obliterated, Rhaegar would be teleported in there?
I could certainly write that. Doesn't mean it'll be true.
Thank you. Okay.
That would probably have to be some sort of, magical contract between the two of you. Seems kind of
Yeah.
fucked up if he's your friend and you want him to have all your stuff, but you want to send him to his death the moment you die. So maybe you're looking for some sort of Romeo and Juliet situation where you both die and get
We're
reunited.
best friends. It's fine.
Yeah, okay. Well, anyways, hold out your hand.
Okay.
And he puts a little paper contract in your hand and gives you a quill. He says, just sign that and everything you own will go to Rhaegar.
Okay. He'll sign it, and then at the end, he says, "You better build my mage tower."
At the end of the will.
Yeah.
It's an additional requirement.
You got it. As you do so, the elf kind of takes it, re-examines it, checks your signature, says, "Yep, that'll do," and he snaps his finger, and you watch as it just rolls itself up and pops out of existence. He says, "This will and testament will become available again once you have passed. It will appear here. We will have exactly 5 days to allow you time to restore yourself or be resurrected before we will send out agents or couriers to make sure that this is given to the appropriate party. Should
Okay.
that party also no longer be in existence and you have not designated a secondary, your property will then become belong to the Candlekeep Library."
Yeah, well, it seems like it belonged to the Candlekeep Library anyway, if you're not going to send anybody in to go get my stuff.
Yep, absolutely not.
So,
But about once a millennium or so, the Dungeon Guardian drops off stuff, so there's a chance it'll come back. Just, if the person you willed this to isn't immortal, they'll probably be long dead by then.
what's a Dungeon Guardian?
It's not a Dungeon Guardian, it's the Dungeon Guardian. They're the ones that, it's rumored they were the founders of Candlekeep, and they are the ones that maintain the restricted section and make sure that it doesn't wreak havoc on the outside world.
Oh. Have you seen it?
I have not.
Oh.
It was but a myth
Yeah.
and a legend when I started working here even, but as I said, every now and then, about every once a millennia, there's a deposit made to the doors of found items.
So it's friendly.
I could not really say.
Okay. Yes, I'll go back to the party.
While I was discussing with Jennifer, alright, if I survive, I will get your stuff, and if you survive, you will get my stuff. Which is really not very much, and I don't feel the need to put this in formal writing. I think we can just, agree to this, yeah?
Yeah, that sounds fine to me.
All right.
I just got a bunch of books, anyways.
Yeah, well, I don't think many people would appreciate them the way that I would if, I don't think you're going to die, but just in case.
Yeah.
Lalia has an artifact.
That is true. Why?
You all got a bunch of artifacts. Her weapons.
Why are we
an
just
artifact.
announcing this in the middle of the room there, Xandidar?
Your helmet's an artifact.
Well, if someone's hunting us to get these artifacts, you might as well let them know that if they're gonna get the artifact, they're gonna be hunted as well.
Yup. We
Does-
will do
what?
that.
Does he always speak nonsense?
Sometimes. Only when he eats Bink's breakfasts.
Exactly. All right. So what's everybody taking off before we go in? Anything?
I don't think so. I think we're going to
okay.
want it. You want to go in naked?
I thought that was the requirement.
Is that the requirement?
I don't know.
Xandidar?
Guard, is that the requirement?
The guard kind of looks at you and says, nobody ever said you had to go in naked. Where'd you get that from?
I swear somebody told me I had to go in naked.
I mean, you're welcome to. I probably wouldn't recommend it.
Okay.
Lalia's gonna kind of check on Zan, give him a once over. Any scrapes or bumps that weren't there before? Or does his breath smell like alcohol?
I couldn't say. Yeah, Connor could fill you in if something is, but I'm assuming nothing.
Nope. He's just acting weird today.
That's fair.
The pressure's getting to him.
Right?
There are cracks in the sky.
We all cope in different ways.
I guess we walk.
For better or worse, here we go.
Alright. They, after a few moments of them unlocking locks and moving bars, they eventually step aside, giving you access to the door. So you step forward and open the door. It definitely takes a second. It's definitely been in place for quite a while. But as you open it and you look beyond the threshold, you see nothing. It is pitch black. Do you step in? What was that?
Yeah.
Cool.
Not a magical darkness, is it?
You're not sure, but even you can't see through it at the moment.
Okay.
It just looks like a black film As you take a step through and you step past the threshold, your eyes do see once again. It seems like there's some sort of barrier that you pass through that doesn't allow you to see in. But once you have passed the threshold and you are inside, you see what looks like an ancient cellar full of books. Many of them are just piled in corners or along the walls. You can see bookcases that are overflowing, that are built into the cobblestone and the stoneworked archways and hallways that seem to lead on forever. It sounds eerily quiet. There's no real light source that you can see, but it is dim enough that you can see. You're just not sure why or how. But you're able to see that these catacombs seem to stretch on as far as you can see. Weaving and winding paths seem to branch off of the main hallway that you're standing in at the moment. And you just see books everywhere. You see some books moving, some books kind of walking through the corridors. A couple of them pass in front of you and just continue on. And as each of you step in, as the last of you has entered, you hear the door closing and being relatched behind you. You find yourselves in the restricted section of Candlekeep. It's a little cold, feels a little more damp, but that's where you find yourself. What would you like to do?
One of the books that's walking. Can I get in the way of it?
Sure. It walks into your leg and keeps walking. Just keeps trying to walk.
I'll say hello.
It just keeps walking.
I guess I'll take my foot out of the way and start following it.
Okay.
I guess we'll. Zanthar, slow down.
You start following this book that has some legs down this corridor. You don't make it very far before you watch it enter a crevice in the wall.
Oh, damn.
Almost like a rat or a mouse going into a little hole in the wall. It just kind of enters this nearly perfectly book-shaped crack in the wall and disappears from your view.
See, we weren't given any navigational thing. Of course, people haven't been down here.
Right, and there is no map. Do we have an idea of what we're looking for, though?
Something to do with the artifact, right?
Right. Are there like shelves of books around us, or is it?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like I don't have the map built because I wasn't sure we would make it to this, but imagine like old stonework castle walls, right?
Mm-hmm.
That have slight recesses as bookshelves.
Yeah.
That's what's down here.
Okay.
But there's like, from what you can see, there's like hundreds of bookshelves per room or per hallway, and there's more books than what fit on the shelves. So some of them are just piled on the ground.
If I look around, what kind of titles do I see?
In this area, some of the titles you are seeing look like creature information. So you see many books that seem to have titles about certain creature names. You see some that don't have titles that almost seem to be moving or breathing on the shelves. You see a couple of books in one of the corners of the nearby rooms that are fighting. They seem to have teeth and are kind of jumping and snapping at each other. You see names of creatures that you don't recognize.
Do I see anything about aboleths?
Make an investigation check.
Sure. 5.
Nothing at the moment. There's a lot to comb through here, but you don't currently see any books with aboleth names on them.
Calliope's gonna sidle up next to Zanzidar and ask, do you think the no stealing rules apply down here?
Probably not. I mean, he said the rules don't apply down here.
Right. And how would they know if anything went missing? From this space.
I don't know, because people don't go down here.
I'm gonna take that as permission. And Calliope's gonna start looking for, like, the gnarliest looking moving creature book.
Okay. You see one that has like these bestial fangs, and it has like actual like fur growing out of it. Like this thing just looks like a creature.
Yeah.
But you can see that in its mouth are pages, and it is bound like a book. But it's just kind of like flopping around. You can see it like chewing on the corners of a couple other books.
I'm gonna reach in my pack and pull out like a little bit of a ration or some leftover bacon from Big's breakfast or whatever, and hold it out to the book. Here.
Are you dropping it or are you holding it?
I am holding it.
Okay, what's your AC?
22.
Hey, that actually hits.
Oh.
You will take 2 points of piercing damage as this book, you know, it doesn't really necessarily have eyes, doesn't necessarily have facial expressions, but you as you hold out this piece of bacon, you watch as it stops gnawing and then launches itself and just puts your whole hand inside of its mouth and starts gnawing.
Ooh.
You currently have a beast of a book just nomming on your hand.
Just kind of like holding it and inspecting it while it's chewing.
It doesn't hurt a lot, but
No.
you definitely feel it.
So what's that book about?
I think it's about teeth.
Okay, not something we need.
using another piece of food, she's gonna try to get its attention, right? And then throw it like away from her in a different
It
direction.
like darts off of your hand and follows the food.
Do any other books start pursuing it?
Not immediately.
Okay.
This one seems to be the only like super active one in this particular area. But you do feel and hear as you do this just some like repositioning of books. You hear and see a lot of the shelves just kind of like ripple, like they're paying attention now.
Ooh. I think we're being watched.
Yeah, that would make sense. Do the books seem to be in alphabetical order? Are the ones that walk entering sections on the shelf instead of holes in the wall?
There doesn't necessarily seem to be any sort of alphabet keeping these books in any sort of order. In fact, you guess there's probably very little if they're living and choosing where they want to go, and that many of them are piled on the ground. You're not sure how big this section is, but you do see a couple of books coming from adjacent rooms and a couple of books moving to adjacent rooms, and a couple other cracks in the wall where books are going in and every now and then coming out.
Um, if these books at the entrance, if I walk ways down, does it look like the books that are farther down are older?
Not necessarily, just different. And even the books in the area that you're in seem to have varying ages of, if based just off appearance. I'd say even in the area you're in, you see a lot of books that look old. You see a few books that look almost like they're falling apart. Like they look really ancient.
I'm gonna start looking for books like that. See if I can get information.
Okay. In the section you're in with the creatures and stuff, you find two of them. One of them almost appears to be like stone. It almost looks like it's just a block of stone. And the other one it seems, it's interesting. Like your mind's eye tells you that this book is beyond ancient. Not only is like the text and the scrolling on the side of the spine a language that you would recognize yourself as basic Draconic, which like it is root Draconic, which you have only ever seen once before, which was in the birthing chamber under Aralani. Like it is that ancient type of text. But the book itself is jet black on the spine and is in pristine condition.
Can I read it?
Sure. You want to pick that one off the shelf?
Mm.
So you reach out to grab that one. What's your armor class?
27.
Okay. You're going to take 1 point of piercing damage, and I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, good.
Are you immune to disease or poisons?
Asking now.
Don't think so.
Okay.
Constitution saving throw 31.
Wow.
Okay. As you reach out and go to grab this book, you watch as the cover of it almost inverts itself, and you see two fangs come out and stab into the back of your hand. And you feel, I don't know if I said this, but you take 1 point of piercing damage.
Mm-hmm.
And you begin to feel like nauseated and woozy for a second as you stare down at your hand and you see that no blood has come out of your wound. And then the fangs retreat. There's no blood left, and it's almost like the puncture holes immediately sealed themselves. And for a moment, It almost feels like your two canine teeth begin to grow, but then you shake it off and you feel okay. And with your hand still on the book, it now is immobile, and you are able to slide it off the shelf.
Okay.
Hmm.
I will slide it off the shelf.
As you hold it in your hand, you can see that it is written in base Draconic, which I don't believe you understand how to read yet.
Probably not.
But you can see in one corner is a picture of a crescent moon.
Kelly, Bing, one of you two. You can understand languages, yes?
You have to read them to me. So if you get the
Can't-
pronunciations close.
Can't do that.
No.
Bink,
Yeah, I can read it with comprehend languages.
would I know that that spell requires touch, right? Or no?
Either listening or touch.
Well, you can't listen to the book, so you're going to have to touch it.
Only books could speak.
Right.
They'd
I
be
don't
screaming.
know
They'd
if
be
you want
screaming
to
every day.
touch this one.
I want to touch it.
What if I touch it with a 9-inch stick? Does it have to be me touching it, or does it have to be an extension? I'm kidding.
Right.
Pretty sure comprehend languages is you got to touch it.
Alrighty.
Lalia will stand next to Bink.
Are you going to reach out and grab the book, Bink?
I don't know. Should I? Should I, guys?
It's your call. You don't have to.
Hang on. Okay. So from what just went down, would I know that it's a disease effect or whatever?
You can make either Arcana
Oh,
or a
I didn't-
nature check.
19 Arcana.
That's not bad.
Yeah, you can tell that there's some sort of curse related to this that might inflict some sort of disease.
There's definitely a curse on this book. If you touch it, then might not be okay. It's up to you, Bink.
Let's hold off on that for a minute.
Okay. I'm not sure I have anything for you.
That's
Yeah.
fine.
I got some options, but none of them are super, super great.
And just for safety reasons, since I succeeded on the saving throw, Zane is not dropping the book.
Okay.
The big.
Not dropping the Bink.
He's got Bink over one shoulder.
That's fine.
Can Calliope head down whatever is this, a hallway, a corridor, wherever we are, and peek into a room?
Yeah, it's just a labyrinth, basically.
Oh, perfect. In that case,
Are you going far enough to try and find different books or more monster books?
I think Calliope is just exploring. So, what's in here? I don't think she has a mission in mind.
Okay, roll a d20 for me.
Okay.
On a 1 through 5, you get lost.
Perfect.
No.
That's a natty 20.
Okay. You manage to peek your head into a few rooms. You see a few more rooms that have monster books related. And you eventually find a room that seems to still be in the monstrous section. But these books seem to deal with monsters that aren't living.
Oh.
Find a book or a section with books that have titles about creatures that seem to be undead. They have skulls on them. A lot of these books seems to have locks and chains connected to them. You even see some that are on display inside of old miniature metal coffins.
I'm dropping in the D&D chat what Calliope is doing then.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
She will find a spot on the floor and just start picking up books and reading if possible.
Okay. Make an investigation check.
Ah. $18.
Okay. Seems like a lot of these books deal with the necromantic abilities and how to create these monsters.
Awesome.
I actually just got a different idea. Would it be possible to like copy the writing from the book that I have in hand? If I open it up and pull out a sheet of paper and ink?
You could certainly do your best.
And then Bing could touch the writing?
Sure.
Alrighty.
Sleight of hand check or
No, that's. Are you just. And you're not letting go of the
D20.
book?
I mean, I would try and keep it in probably my left hand and put the sheet of paper on the floor and try and copy.
Okay.
Use the floor as like a clipboard or whatever.
Cool. So as you open the book and you begin to look at the pages, you see, as you first look at the page, it is blank. But then you see this blood red script begin to appear, almost as if the book is writing itself for you, using blood. And it kind of makes you wonder what happened to the blood that you lost from it biting you.
Ruh-roh.
Mm-hmm.
And you begin to try and write this out as best you can as it appears to you. Bink, you're casting your comprehend languages, so you'll be able to read the scripture that Zanzibar is writing to you. And as you're reading, you are able to eventually, probably after about an hour or so, you kind of get through the foreword of this book and recognize that this book is the basis of vampirism. This book is, or was, a manifestation or some sort of soul dump for the first vampire. And it contains the ability to create vampires simply by letting the book bite you.
Sweet.
And the part of this book, you know, that in and of itself probably granted it its status in the restricted section. But the part that kind of gets you on this, and Bink, I'll give it to you because you've got pretty good investigation, pretty good history, pretty good arcana. The vampirism that is represented by this book is ancient. And it is different than the vampires of today. this vampirism seems to work in the daylight and have different restrictions to it than modern vampires.
Do they still need to be invited to houses?
You'd
The
probably
most
have
important question.
you probably have to read a little bit more to figure that out.
Fair enough.
But it seems like this book allows you to make, we'll call them alpha vampires.
Ah.
Not alpha as in they're head of the pack, just alpha as in Generation A.
Oh, okay.
So you can imagine why a book like that might be in the restricted section.
Yeah.
Just maybe.
So, not what we need.
Unless you want to make some badass vampires.
They can walk in the sunlight, but they're crippled in their wheelchairs for the rest of their lives.
Yeah, right.
Go ahead and, I guess,
The
put the book
restricted.
back on the shelf.
Okay. As you place the book back on the shelf and you remove your hand from it, you watch as a stream of blood just comes out of the spine and seeps back into the wounds on your hand.
Gross.
Yeah, that's not disconcerting at all.
I don't think that's sanitary.
Did that come from you, or did that go into you, then out, and then like, or did that go out from in and in? I don't know what happened. That seems very, yeah, like she said, not sanitary.
Maybe I sucked blood from the book.
Are you a vampire now?
I don't know.
Do you feel different?
No, not really.
Do you have a craving for blood?
No, not yet.
Dr. Bink is in the house.
Good, because I'm not giving you any of mine.
Okay.
I'm sorry, we're friends. We're not that close. No, no.
Love it.
Bink draws the line at vampirism.
Yeah.
Nah, I've met some vampires in my day. They're weird.
Really?
Too weird. They feel unsettling when they talk to you. They talk with a lot of pauses. Unsettling.
Well, I guess that very unsettling.
What?
Please stop.
Don't want to become a vampire?
Like, very raises the eyebrow like The Rock looks at me. It's like unsettling. Damn, that vampire got some beat.
Alright. Walk to go find Callie. Because
Alrighty.
it seems like she doesn't come back.
Nope. Cool. So as you guys set off and begin to venture a little bit further in, trying to catch up with Callie, let's go ahead and take a restroom break here.
Okay.
Alrighty.
We've been going for a minute, and I gotta pee, so I'll be right back. back in here. You guys have begun exploring the restricted section. You found a couple interesting books, almost became a vampire, and have decided to move on. You guys have begun the hunt for Callie, who managed to slip away about an hour or so ago. As you guys travel through the catacombs here, it's not too hard. She made a pretty good check to find her way around, and so you guys would be able to follow. And she didn't make it super far, still in the same kind of general area. You all find her sitting in a room full of books with skulls and coffins in them and on them and around them and holding them, and a pile of books around her as she is reading.
What you reading?
What am I reading right now?
If I had to guess, probably the instructions on how to make an ancient flesh golem.
Oh, just a little bit about flesh golems and stuff.
Oh, okay.
There's also probably a book in there that's like a bunch of hypotheses about how to create mutations and combine different undead entities into one being.
Frankenstein.
Did you find anything on Orcus yet?
Who?
The demon who rules over the undead?
Well, I thought we already got a page on him.
Oh, I was also looking for a book that might summon him.
I will say, Callie, being in here for the time that you have been, there is one book that you have not been able to read yet.
Ooh.
Because you can't grab it.
Uh-huh.
I would say you've probably been a little bit frustrated and a little distracted by the other books too. But it seems like every now and then there's a book on the shelf. And then when you actually go to look at it, like you might want to pick it up, it's gone. And when you see it again on a different shelf. And it's a very unique book. It has like almost a striped spine. That is like blacks and reds. It's not like a very uniform pattern. It's kind of loosely striped. But it's at least recognizable when you happen to glance and see it out of the corner of your eye. But as you turn to grab it or pick it off the shelf each time, it's no longer there.
The books down here are weird. I like it.
Do we get relayed that info?
Yeah, do we?
I mean, you asked her if she'd seen any books on Orcus.
We got.
So, I don't necessarily think that it's...
Mm.
I'm
Okay.
assuming it's not top of mind for her right now unless she's staring at it since it keeps disappearing.
Yeah, I would say if you guys are investigating the shelves at all yourselves, this phenomenon would probably also happen to you.
Is it like a question of speed? Like we're not quick enough to grab it?
No. It's just not there when you actually look. It's like you just see this like colorful spine in your peripheral vision, and then when you actually focus on it, it's gone.
If you don't focus and you reach for it, is it still gone?
Yes. You're not able to actually grasp it at that point. Like as you go to reach out for it, it is also then gone.
Does it seem like it's illusion magic or teleportation magic?
I'm not sure. There's a lot of magical energy down here, so it'd be hard to really pinpoint it, but I would say your first guess on instinct is probably teleportation, or it has some sort of gimmick or trick to it.
Try this. Lightning lure.
Lightning what?
Lure. Spell. The target has to make a strength saving throw or be pulled 10 feet in a straight line toward me.
Alright, let me see something real quick, y'all. I will give you this. You are unable to cast that upon it because you need to see the creature. And you
Okay.
aren't really you aren't really getting enough to qualify as seeing the creature.
What?
If you really want to figure it out, you could make an intelligence check. Anybody interested in it?
Yeah. 11.
I'll say the biggest thing you can think of right now is that this book doesn't like to be seen.
Right. So, if I see it in my periphery, can I close my eyes and swing at it with my staff?
Sure.
It just grows legs. Don't look.
You guys watch as Zanzidar being very preoccupied with this book. You watch him close his eyes and he swings his staff out. And Zanzidar, you feel a connection and then you feel a burst of heat as you will suffer 1 point of heat damage. But you all watch as he smacks this book with the striped spine out of the air. And it lands on the ground with a thump. And you see the cover of the book has a goat skull on it.
Does that mean I can look at it now?
Yeah, everybody can look at it now.
Besides the goat head, is there anything on the cover, writing or anything?
No. It almost looks like the book is made of flesh and the goat head is like coming out of it.
Okay. I reach down and pick it up.
You got it.
Nothing happens.
It's warm. It's very warm.
Open it up.
Okay. As you open it, you feel like your soul is being drained from your body, and your energy is being sapped. But as you stare at it and you read through it, make an investigation check.
$11.
It's a list of a bunch of undead creatures. You're not really sure what it is or what it means, but you do see a symbol kind of printed on each page of this fleshy goat head.
Bink, do you want to take a look at this?
Why not?
Okay. You can make a new investigation check, Bink, if you want to check out the book.
An 18.
Okay. That's good enough. As you kind of peek through it and read through it, and you pick up on a little bit more information, Bink, and the text seems to be constantly changing, but this seems to be some sort of manifest or registrar of the undead that are under the service of Orcus, the demon prince.
What was that last part? You cut out like right at the part where what was the name of it?
Oh, of Orcus, the demon prince.
Got it. Okay. Wow.
Basically a list of who's in his army.
Okay.
All right. Well, we'll put the book back then.
Callie, make a perception check for me.
Nine.
Okay. You that book definitely had some attention drawing aspects to it, but now that your friends have found it, you also recall one other book that's in your pile that you haven't read yet. But it feels like you should check it out. It's got a bunch of skulls on it.
All right. I will pull that one from the stack and start looking at it.
Cool. As you thumb through it, it seems to be a what would you... Wow, I totally just lost the word for it. The songbooks that sit in the back of pews.
Hymn book?
Hymn.
Yeah, hymnal.
Seems to be full of hymns to Miracle.
Ooh.
Filled with humming.
Each of them seems to, as you flum through a few of them, each of them seem to speak of certain, like, creatures or certain beings. Like, each of them tells a story. Like, the first one tells a story of a rat. The second one, the story of a raven, and so on.
Interesting. She'll start humming to herself.
Which one?
The one about the rat.
Okay. As you kind of follow along the hymn and begin to hum to yourself, you feel a sudden small weight on your shoulder.
I look at my shoulder.
There is a skeleton rat on your shoulder.
This
Oh
is
my
the best book
God.
ever.
As you draw in your breath of surprise and you stop humming, it disappears. As you
Wait,
begin
do we see
humming
that?
again, it shows back up. What was that, Bink?
I said, do we see it?
Oh yeah, you guys watch as this little skeleton rat begins to dance along Callie's shoulders.
Okay,
as
I
she's
just want to make
humming.
sure that's not like a mental thing.
Well, let's go searching our room.
Mm-hmm.
I'm taking the miracle book with me.
You got it.
You realize whenever we get into a fight now, you'll have to be the new bard.
Why?
Maybe that rat fights for you, or any of the other things in the book.
Ooh, I wonder if there are bigger things. She's gonna walk and flip through the book and see what other creatures might be listed.
The deeper you get, the bigger the creatures are. But the bigger the creatures are, the more layers there are to the song that you start to believe you could not do it by yourself.
Gotcha.
But as you guys are walking,
She will ask Aiden if he will sing with her. I'm sure he'll say no.
yeah, he's no. As you are walking, and you guys kind of making your way through this section, you see a point where the books kind of change. You start seeing less breathing and moving books and more stationary things. And as you do so, Callie, you feel the book in your hand resist moving forward. And then you watch as almost a spiritual copy of it comes out of the original book. And that copy stays in your hand, but the original falls to the ground. And you see that it kind of picks itself up and begins to walk away back into the catacombs.
Bye.
But you now have this copy that is beginning. It felt like ghost-like at first, like it almost seemed like it was phasing through your hand, but it begins to fill in. And you just see this text come up in black speech, which I don't think anybody else sees. Let me see how I wrote this. Yes. So the black speech comes up and it says, "This knowledge has a price. Are you willing to pay?"
Ooh. Sure.
Okay. You feel a little jelly-legged and weak in the knees for the next couple minutes, Callie, as your lifespan has been decreased by 7 years.
Wow.
What?
Can I tell that that's what happened?
Yeah, it tells you.
Oh, okay.
I was gonna write a fancy little, rhyme,
You're right.
but I didn't get to it before you guys got here. But essentially, in a very fanciful way, it tells you that you have sacrificed 7 years of your life to have a copy of this book.
Dope.
Now, is she aged, or is just 7 years are gone?
Yeah, just 7 years off the end of her life are gone.
Damn it. How long does your race live for?
She's a half elf, so slightly longer than human, but not nearly as long as elf. However, I think monks, well, no, they get timeless youth.
Monks
They don't
get-
actually get to
yeah.
live forever. Yeah.
Mhm.
So,
Well, no, it's so they stop physically aging because it's my other character in the other campaign.
yeah.
He physically stopped his aging recently, but he will eventually succumb to the death of natural age,
Yeah.
internally, kind of. You know what I mean? Just he'll be fine in his prime until he naturally dies of what his age is supposed to kill.
All right.
Yeah.
He'll just look incredibly youthful when that happens.
He'll be in top shape,
Yep.
then die one day. That'll be.
It'll come out of nowhere for everyone.
Weird.
But that's how it works.
That's cool. So yeah, she doesn't live forever.
Don't druids get something similar to that too?
Yeah, theirs is actually.
It's pretty
like,
OP though. Like no magic can change it. It's just it happens permanently.
Yeah, I think all druids at a certain level get it where they do, it's like 1 year is equal to 10 or something like that. And there
Wow.
is an oath of paladins that can extend your life as well. So
Just
Wally, I didn't
don't-
pick that one.
Just don't become a master of the monks at the age of 5, or else you're gonna look 5 and you're not gonna. Like, it's gonna be awkward.
Oh my gosh, that's why Aang looks like he does.
That's why Yoda looks like the way he does.
Interesting.
I love it. Oh boy. Well, as you guys begin to traverse, you see the books begin to have less and less written on them. You start to see more and more confinement measures have been taken. You start to see bars of metal that have been placed to make books nearly inaccessible. You can see some books that appear to have almost been cemented into their position on the shelf. Like it would take a great amount of force or magic to pull these books out of the wall. You see some books that have been nailed to the wall with giant spikes driven through them that are still thrashing about. You see some books that almost appear to be boiling, and you can feel the heat radiating from them as you walk by. But as you pass out of these monster titles and into these unknown areas, the next little chunk that you come on where you do manage to pick out a few of these titles seems to be regarding histories of ancient lands.
Neat.
You start to see in some of the rooms there are maps of topography that does not look familiar to anything you could think of on a modern map. And if any of you have a map on you, which you certainly could, pulling it out, you don't see that any of the paintings or drawings that are hung in these rooms match anything that you currently have on your world map.
So, does that mean it would be a different world? Or
You're not sure. It's either long enough ago that the topography of the land has changed, or it's somewhere else entirely. Or it's somewhere else on this planet that you just don't happen to have a map of.
you
You do see in one section, kind of off in a corner as far as these histories, you see a set of books. One is gold, or one is platinum, one is gold, one is obsidian black.
Well, that's gotta become platinum, gold, and obsidian.
Yep.
Reach for the gold.
Okay. As you pull out this book, you can see The beginnings of a name. You can read Polly, but it looks like anything past that has faded.
Open it up.
As you open the pages of this book, you see nothing is written. It is empty.
Just like my heart. No, just...
I'm going to take this book and put it in my bag of holding.
Okay. As you take the book and place it into your bag of holding, as you let go and it enters that subliminal space, you see it reappear on the shelf.
Damn it. I'm going to take it back off the shelf. Open it up. Pull out my ink pen and start writing.
Writing in the book?
Yeah.
It doesn't show up.
This is stupid. Place the book back on the shelf.
You know, Zanzidar, I'm not quite sure you understand how library works. I think maybe Jennifer could offer some tips.
It's an empty book.
There's
And
probably
it has
a
Polly's
reason.
name on it. Figure I make it a journal.
Make it a journal. Have you tried, I don't know, like singing to it like Calliope did? Did you let it bite you?
No.
Maybe it's not actually empty. Maybe there's, you gotta know the password.
Take the book back off the shelf and try and finish writing the name.
Nothing sticks.
The password's Polychronos, but it's not showing up.
Are you certain that's the password?
Well, when you have a platinum book, gold book, and an obsidian book, and each color pertains to each dragon god, pretty sure that's what it's supposed to be.
Valia will pick up the platinum book
Mhm.
and look inside.
As I'm sure you could guess, the cover says Bahamut.
Mm-hmm.
The first page on the inside says that this is a current collection of all known knowledge of Bahamut. It seems to detail that the information provided in these pages is not necessarily factual, but it is a culmination of everything that is known by any living individual about this deity in this moment. And so as you begin to flip through the pages of this book of Bahamut, every time you flip a page, it seems like you're not actually making it any further in the book. Like, it doesn't physically feel like you're making it further.
Mm-hmm.
It just seems like there's an infinite amount of pages, and you see stories and descriptions of Bahamut and deeds that he has done and tales about him, songs to him, tithes that have been made, just anything you can imagine somebody in the world believes is true about Bahamut is written in this book.
Well, Zanzidar, I don't know how to tell you this, but this book is a little bit more interesting than yours.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm just saying.
And I'm sure this black one's even more interesting than that.
I wouldn't go that far.
Pull it off the shelf and open it.
It's exactly the same as the Bahamut book.
See, I told you.
I wouldn't call that more interesting. I'd say that's about the same amount of interesting.
Hey, Callie.
Hmm?
Which one would you say is more interesting? Black one or the platinum one?
Which one has more death in it?
Looks to Lalia.
Looks to DM.
Depends on what you mean by death. Like murder, sacrifice, crusading. It's probably a toss-up, honestly.
I think my book's the best though, because if you sing it that one, it's not gonna give you a rat.
Yeah.
I mean, you got a point. He was doing some serious dance moves.
Anyway, put him back on the shelf.
Mm-hmm.
But since this has those three, is there another shelf somewhere that has other ones and perhaps a different color?
Yeah. As you search around a bit, you begin to see other books of other colors with different names of different gods. And interestingly enough, I won't make you make a check for any of this. You can tell that there is actually a section. So these three just caught your eye because they're kind of on their own. They're, what do you call it? When like you have a row of books and then you take some and you turn them the wrong way so that they stick out.
Wait, what?
Turn them the wrong way.
Yeah, so you have books that like go this way, right? They go straight back.
Yeah.
And then you take one and you turn it so that it's perpendicular to the rest of the row.
We call that front facing unless it's the back of the book. But
Yeah.
yeah.
So that's kind of what has happened here. They've
Okay.
taken those three and purposefully put them in a way that they are different than all the other books.
Gotcha.
Sounds like the book has scoliosis.
But you can but you can tell that the section that they are from, you see this section has dozens upon dozens of books with God's names on them, and amongst them you can see handfuls of empty books. Books that have no collar and no name.
Would those be other gods that lost their position, or do they look tentacly?
I would say you begin to piece together that the blank books are gods that have been forgotten. And you gather that there's a very real chance that until you found that temple, Polyachronos' book was probably gray and blank as well. Because it seems like each of these books is a collection of people's current knowledge of these gods. So if there is no current knowledge of the god, it would be blank.
Okay. Suppose move on.
So as you begin to move a little bit further through this section, you begin to see books and titles of realms that you at least know of. You begin to see names that you've read in history books of the past. You are starting to find some books that are a little bit more current in title than where you started. Again, most of these are histories of particular areas. So countries, civilizations, towns. But it does seem to eventually end. You don't see anything that is about current areas of the world. You gather those are probably not restricted knowledge and are accessible in the main library. Are you continuing on, or did you want to look in this area anymore?
Continue on.
As you continue through, you guys find yourselves in another area where there seem to be a lot of displays up. You see small tables that are kind of grafted into the stonework that house these little mechanical things on them. You see glass boxes with gears and whirring bits that are moving within them, and you begin to see books whose titles don't make a whole lot of sense, but you eventually piece together that you have found the section that is dedicated to creating magical items. You see quite a few of these books have even heavier guards on them than before. You can tell just by looking that there are shelves of books, that the whole shelf has just been filled in. Things or knowledge that should not be accessed. And one thing that you notice, you see one shelf where the books that are on the shelf have almost been completely swallowed by the stone. Like the stone is sucking them in, and you can see that it has swallowed a few of the books. You can just barely make out very small portions of the spine. You see one section that has no book, and you can see the stonework around it has been damaged, almost like something was ripped out of this wall.
That's probably what we needed. Choose a different book from the same section. Try and pull it.
So all of the books here are being, like I said, swallowed by stones. So you're unable to really pull any of them out. They're stuck inside the wall, basically. But you can see among them, most of these books, of the titles you can make out, seem to be about creating different types of stones.
Would I know if I damage the stone, it would damage the book? Or do I think it would be pretty safe to damage the stone and be able to get the book?
You probably gather that it would really be a matter of how careful and how dexterous you were. You're not sure if these books are magical in nature to the point that they can't be destroyed. But you can certainly give it a shot.
Okay. On Okay, here's what I want to try. So, in the spell, Thunderstep, it says you can bring along objects as long as their weight does not exceed what you carry. It says you can also teleport one willing creature, but that doesn't pertain to this. I'm just wondering if I could grab one of the books and teleport away with it. Because you can bring an object with much.
Sure. Is that a spell slot?
Yeah.
Okay. Then yeah, you can go ahead and use that spell slot as you pick one of these books on the shelf.
Okay. Everybody step back. And I'm gonna grab onto one of the book's spines, and the air around me is going to like vibrate, right? Almost like Goku powering up for Super Saiyan, and then he's going to teleport like 10 feet away with a loud crash.
You got it. And you hear that thunderous echo, 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 on and on for a few minutes during this. But you do manage to get one of these books out of the shelf. And you can see the space where it was at in the shelf is now empty. You can just see this outline of where the book used to be inside of this stone. And as you hold in your hands this book, you can see it is titled Stones of Oblivion.
Neat. I'm gonna open it up.
Okay. You gonna read through it a little bit?
Yep.
Okay. Doesn't take much as you start to read some of these. These seem to be recipes to make something called a Stone of Oblivion. And what you begin to gather very quickly is that these stones are used to wipe clean faces of planets.
Ooh.
You have no idea what the materials required are. They make no sense to you. It's nothing you have ever heard of. But it essentially seems like the recipe for a nuclear warhead. And as you are sitting here reading it, the rest of you see this as well. Where the book came from, that chunk of stone, you see tendrils of stone begin to work their way through the air towards the book.
Zanzadar, I think the wall wants its book back.
But this is awesome.
Somehow I doubt that.
Can I start moving away from the wall?
It's like backing away.
Are you going,
Fine.
are you going quickly or slowly?
Depends on how fast the wall's coming towards me.
Maybe like an inch a second.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just stepping away, like, cautiously as I'm trying to get as much knowledge in my head as I can.
Okay. As you step away from those tendrils, you feel a prick in your back. As you turn and look and see that tendrils have started sprouting from the other walls.
Oh no.
Oh, come on. I just want to read it.
Tendrils begin to sprout from the ceiling. You look down and you can see tendrils of stone beginning to wrap themselves around your boots.
Are they
Okay, I'm throwing the book away.
Say, are they only
Like
going
this.
for Zan?
Yes.
Okay.
They start sprouting from your mouth now.
As you let go of the book, you watch as the tentacles quickly, but not in a inhuman quickness, adjust to catch the book, and you see them pull it back to the wall as it slides along the bookshelves back into its place. Once again sealed by stone.
Well, now we know whoever got their book got out of here quickly. Was I able to memorize the recipe if I ever came across elements needed?
Make a... This would probably be an intelligence check.
Yeah. I'm on natural 20. Well.
Okay. Of the thousands of ingredients, you've probably got a couple dozen.
Okay.
Not enough to finish it, but enough to get started and maybe try again in the future.
Gotcha.
Calliope is gonna pull out her proverbial pipe and cap and walk up to the space on the shelf where the book is missing.
Mm-hmm.
Are there signs of how it was removed? Like any scratch marks, any blood, weapon markings?
Make either an Arcana or a Nature check.
Aw, man.
Or investigation. Might give you something too.
I mean, I would prefer investigation, but that's because I have stuff in investigation. The dice said no anyway. 11.
Oh.
It looks like a great amount of force was used. It doesn't seem like the method to pull that book out of the wall was as graceful as Zanzidar's.
Okay.
And it seems hastily done. Like you can see cracks and chunks, and it just looks like it was done very forcefully.
She sticks her hand into the hole. Are there tentacles in there?
A little bit. You can feel little pieces of stonework kind of tickling your hand as it moves.
Is it kind of the same width and shape of the book that we threw into the Guardian in Tears?
Make a history check.
Natural 1.
You're not sure. You're having a hard time remembering what that book was even about, maybe? Was it a book? Was it about stones?
Yeah.
Rough time
So-
for dice.
You're uncertain.
More or less, if the one that I pulled out was Stones of Oblivion, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that had writing on the cover or writing on the spine?
It had writing on the cover. There was some writing on the spine, but you weren't able to read enough of it to determine what it was about.
More than likely, the rest of the books that are stuck in the stone are probably about stone.
Seems like it. You're picking up. You catch the word stone a few times. You're just not sure what's before or after.
The irony that all these stones are being protected by stone is, yeah. But if the book that's missing is about the Rainstone, then it's not the book we were looking for the artifact. But there are artifacts strewn about in various cages and whatnot. So Zan will continue looking in a different area.
Okay. So as you guys continue to kind of scour this area, won't make you make a check necessarily, but you have ample amount of time, though you begin to hear sounds echoing through this hallway. It doesn't necessarily sound human, but you almost hear what sounds like humming. You can hear what sounds like flesh slapping against stone or moving through, maybe something larger than the space it's in, or just barely able to fit through, kind of hitting up against stonework. It doesn't necessarily sound like it's getting closer, just you can hear it. It's close enough to be audible to you. But after a few minutes here, maybe an hour or so even, you eventually find some books that seem to be dedicated to artifacts of the gods. And you do in fact see a book that seems to reference artifacts related to the god Bahamut.
Is that one second?
Okay. As you take that book off the shelf and begin to kind of thumb through it, you can see things like divine articles, divine magical items, swords, shields, amulets, rings, just kind of a bunch of trinkets that have been found throughout the ages, and a kind of general sense of how they were made, what they do, what they focus on. And then it begins to traverse into artifacts that were created by Bahamut. There's significantly less of these, but most of them seem to be things that could still be found today. Very holy weapons, things very much like Lalia's weapon that have been created by Bahamut for individuals in the past. And eventually, as you go through, it seems like the entries start to address older and older relics and more powerful relics the farther you get, until you thumb through what you can only assume is the end of the section, and you see a handful of pages have been ripped out.
Oh boy.
And in their place you spot a little coin. Zan, you kind of pick this coin up and you can see it's an obsidian black coin of a 5-headed dragon.
Oh, looky! The Tiamat servants was here.
Wonderful.
So, yes, now we know where we need to go to get the knowledge to work the weapon.
As you say this, Zan, you all hear a voice from behind you. You seek knowledge, do you? Perhaps I can help you. As you...
Why?
As you, I'm assuming, turn and look, you see a very large, many, multiple stocked, eye-stocked beholder, adorned with jewelry and bangles and golden trinkets all over his stocks, almost like royalty. He's draped himself in gold and platinum things as he stares at you all. Yes, I could help you. See, I have a copy of nearly every book in this area. I've been working here many, many years to accomplish this. Perhaps I can help. What knowledge do you seek?
First off, every beholder we've ever come across has not been very kind to us. What makes you different?
Oh, I'm not kind at all. I just don't wish to eat someone or kill something that could be, let's say, beneficial to me.
Okay.
Well, what do you want then?
Well, that certainly depends on what knowledge you're seeking. If it's a baking recipe, perhaps I'd give it to you for free. If it's something, let's say, a little more precious, well, something comparable.
That is very vague, sir.
Of course it is.
I don't like it.
Well, you don't have to like it, you just have to pay for it.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to my friends. I'm telling them I don't like this guy. He gives me the heebie-jeebies.
Wow. How rude of me not to introduce myself. My name is Xanathar. It's very nice to meet you all.
Why does that sound?
Are you asking me?
No, not really. I mean, it's the name of one of the D&D books, right?
Yep.
Xanathar's Guide to what? Artifact?
Everything.
And that's this guy. Gotcha.
Yeah, he's pretty credible. Puts the other librarians to shame, technically.
Yeah.
At least above table, we know that.
I would
Right.
say hearing that name, Callie, having been a little studious, would recognize it. And so would Jennifer.
Xanathar?
Yes, darling, that's me.
I got a C in history class on you in middle school.
How unfortunate. It's quite alright, though. I don't mind being a little mysterious. If everybody knew everything about me all the time, it would be a bore.
I just kind of figured librarians being, well, bipedal.
Don't judge a book by its cover. Also, I'm not necessarily serving as a librarian here. I'm here on independent study, conducting my own research.
So, you are or you are not part of the library?
Not part of this library, no, not at the moment, really. I've done work for Candlekeep before, certainly. I have a permanent residence here, should I need to use it. But no, I'm not currently employed or contracted by the library.
Do you know about everything going on outside of here?
Oh, not for the last decade or so. I've been busy.
Do you happen to know the name of Cathal?
Cathot the First Aboleth, of course.
Yeah. Would his return be beneficial for you, or not?
The return of Cathot the First Aboleth would be beneficial to no one but himself. I can't imagine he wouldn't want to wreak terror upon the gods that imprisoned him, probably destroying most of this universe. All knowledge would be lost, though I guess at that point it would really not matter too much, but no, I can't imagine it would be beneficial to anybody.
Then you're inclined to help us.
I'm inclined to help myself. Yes, of course.
Well, Well, it just so happens we're on a mission to kill or imprison Cathot and or Tiamat, who Cathot just let out of her prison.
Ooh, how positively nasty.
And all the information that we need here in the bottom of this library has been, I guess, stolen.
Well, sounds like you're in quite the pickle then.
Yeah.
Did you steal it?
No, I wish.
Oh, be careful with that terminology. Don't let the Guardian hear you say that.
We've not met the Guardian yet.
Oh, you don't want to, darling.
Oh. I heard he was a good guy who deposited lost items back to the guards up top.
He's a behemoth of a creature that doesn't want to throw up where he sleeps, so he does it by the door.
Oh.
So he's a
Yeah.
smart monster.
Oh, of course. He's the smartest one here. He knows all of these books inside and out, every word of them. Even the moment they change, as many of them do, he already retains the knowledge of what it changed to. And what it was before.
Does he like singing?
I imagine he probably has some sort of taste for it, considering how much of it is stored in his mind.
Maybe he'll sing with me.
Perhaps. But, as far as I know, I'm one of a very few select amount of beings that have ever encountered the Guardian and lived to tell about it. Though I can't really say much about him, I did not see him per se, I just knew that I was in their presence. Had a little chat. Some say he's a serpent, some say he's a dragon, some say they are an aberration, or even a figment of the mind, or just some magic. But, as you so eloquently pointed out, somehow that pile of treasure ends up at the front door every so often. So yes, it does have physical form. It eats those that it deems unworthy or unnecessary to be here and deposits what's left. So, information is what you seek. Perhaps we can make a deal. Perhaps there's something you could offer me. What is it that you need? What book is missing some pieces?
One of the artifacts that Bahamut created. Is missing its instruction.
Do you have the book? May I see where the pages are missing?
It's right here.
As you hold it out, you see it kind of magically lifts from your hands and turns. The pages begin to flip as he examines it. Oh, yes. Yes. I copied this book down many years ago. I do believe the pages were there when I did so. I would have to find it within my studies, but yes, I believe I could help you for a price. Though, if you don't want to pay my price, you could always go ask the Guardian. They might give it to you for free, or for someone's head, but I do believe I have a copy of this in my collection.
And where do you live?
Well, all around, of course.
What is your price? Now that you know what the information is worth.
Yes, you wish to know how to create this item? I can assure you, you will never be able to create this item. Or perhaps you wish to have this knowledge to know how to fix this item? Have you found this item? Is it in your possession, something that you have access to?
We're working on finding the pieces.
Pieces, you say? So it has been broken? It's been taken apart? Yes, I believe I heard something about Bahamut doing that. Wonderful. So, the only information I'd have to reveal to you is how to put it back together, I presume. That would make it much cheaper for you. If you wanted the information on how it was created and how to potentially create another one should you become a god, that would be much more expensive. And I don't imagine you need all of that, do you?
Probably not.
Would I have to become a god for a stone of oblivion?
Oh, an Oblivion Stone? Well, you wouldn't necessarily need to be a god to get an Oblivion Stone. However, you must find a way, I guess. Well, it might be possible, though magic's much, much greater than you are capable of. Tell me, are you able to survive in the heart of a dying star as it explodes?
Yes.
Then perhaps
Probably
you could complete.
not.
Well, that is just one requirement, probably the easiest of which, in order to require some of the materials needed to make an Oblivion Stone. So you may need to be a god in order to collect some of the materials, but should you have access to the materials without gathering them yourself, you could potentially make it as a mortal being.
Revive me an exploding star? Psh, easy. Done. Checked out for this. We can do that.
Well, it seems like you have it covered. Just hire this small dwarf to do it for you.
Exactly. That's what I've been telling them.
This guy dies more often.
Not supposed to do that.
So, say, I guess we'll have to forget the Oblivion Stone for now. Say we try and put this artifact together without the instruction. What's the worst that could happen?
Well, if you were to improperly try to connect the pieces, you could inevitably accidentally release much of the stored energy within the item and its enchantment itself. I suppose if you could withstand the emission of that energy, you could potentially figure it out eventually. It's more like a puzzle piece, fitting things into the right spot, but mess up the first time and you must deal with the energy as it leaks out until you fix it.
Would that energy be sufficient to, say, kill a god?
Well, it's roughly equivalent, I believe, to the power of about 1,000 suns. So, if it were focused or concentrated in a correct way, using the ammunition that I believe is included, you could come close. You could certainly weaken a god very substantially, though I don't believe this weapon itself would be able to completely eliminate them. You would have to find some additional means, but You could certainly wreck their life, change who they are. I believe that is what the stone that is used as ammunition is able to accomplish.
So just bouncing ideas, right? Say we mean to not assemble it properly and then get captured or get it stolen from us. Maybe on purpose, right? And then that person uses it improperly. Is that a viable plan?
Well, I mean, that person and probably anyone within a few hundred miles would be instantly vaporized. I can't imagine anyone that's not a god would survive it.
So no, Zanzidar, that is not a viable plan.
So, what would be the price then for the instruction manual as set it up so it doesn't go off on anybody?
You simply want the details of how to put the puzzle pieces together. Well, it shouldn't cost you too much. There's only 3 puzzle pieces that you need to connect in a specific way. I suppose it could be done fairly simply, fairly easy to do. Only a moron could mess that up.
Well, there you go. Well, yeah.
Nah. She just
Only
glares at you.
morons could mess it up.
I don't think that is the comforting line you would think it is.
Well, as I'm sure you can see, I do quite enjoy jewelry and adornments, so mayhaps you have some interesting articles of jewelry that I could add to my collection. Something magical, something expensive, something I don't already have. As everybody looks through their inventory.
Exactly.
I just think it's hilarious because Calliope has something that is absolutely useless to a beholder. She might offer it, but I'm gonna look up other stuff first.
Something to offer.
Some jewelry.
I got.
Something he could wear.
I got iron boots from what's its face, Redcap.
I don't think he has any feet.
Got Mizium armor plate.
Doesn't really have a use for plate mail. Doesn't have much of a body. He's just a giant eyeball.
I got a cloak of many fashions. That is separate from my
Not
suit.
expensive.
He probably wouldn't turn it down, but I don't know that it's really gonna.
We can see.
You make it seem like it's very expensive.
Yeah, let's trick the.
Hey, look, conning's my specialty. Let me give this a shot.
If you want to go for it, go for it.
All right. So you pull up
I'm
this
gonna
roll.
like reach in my bag of holding, and I like look as there's like the tiniest like specks of scratches all over it, and then I'm just like ignore that and just like make it transform into something else.
And here we go.
What's expensive?
Kind of looks at you in the eyes. He's like, "Oh, that could
A
be."
A cloak of many fashions, very rare.
It's certainly a piece. Don't have much use for a cloak. It might make me look more like an eyeball with a cape, but that's not necessarily a bad thing.
But this will look really, really good. This has been through many adventures, so it can look about anything that I've seen.
Make a persuasion check. See how he's feeling about this.
Way too.
Well, I'll certainly take it off your hands, and we'll consider it maybe half of your payment. I could certainly find some uses for it.
Okay. The next I got.
I'm just like rifling through my bag again. Let's see. Bink whispers, "You guys got anything else?"
And I got this cool drum.
Drum won't do.
He kind of looks at you and says, "Yes, drums are neat, but I have no hands to play it with."
Yeah, you got tentacles to beat. Yeah, beat the drums. Boop,
That's-
boop, 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 boop.
Quite all right. That might give me an eyesore very quickly.
There's some cool beats I can teach you.
Perhaps some other time. I appreciate the offer, though.
Okay.
Got Medallion of Thought.
Will that work?
Are you offering that up?
Yeah.
Kind of hovers it out of your hand and takes a look at it. Says, yes. These are quite handy, you know. I used to have one myself, then I pawned it for, let's say, something different. But yes, a Medallion of Thought. I think that's adequate, along with the cloak/cape that the little one provided. I think that this shall suffice. Sure, I'll take your amulet and your cape, and in return I will give you instructions on how to put that artifact back together. Now, if you don't mind excusing me for just a moment while I retreat to my abode. And you watch as he reaches a tentacle out and taps it against the wall, and a small blue door appears. As he opens the door and steps in, closes it behind him.
Arcana check.
Sure.
Yikes, not good. 13.
It's neat. It seems
Yeah.
kind of similar to what Bink does, but you're not sure how he keeps things in there. As you see the door open back up, and he glides back out. You see a small like pamphlet of paper, very neatly placed together with some very nice script, begins to float towards you. Says, here you go. This should contain all you need to put the artifact back together. I've included, since I don't know what pieces it's in, most of the what I could assume would be the most common places it might have been broken apart and how they would refit together. Should not take you more than maybe a few hours of careful finger work. Perhaps get somebody dexterous to help to put it back together correctly. Though I do recommend maybe putting yourself somewhere where if you do mess up, you don't wipe out a continent.
Okay. We have a few places like that.
Well, that's wonderful. No, I appreciate your business. Is there anything else I could answer or help you with?
Do you stay down here? Or your home is somewhere else, right? Because if we were able to come back to talk to you, it would be convenient.
Yes, my home is indeed somewhere else. I have simply tethered a gateway to it here. As I'm sure you saw, being an astute resident that I am of Candlekeep, I have been given access to the capabilities of having a permanent mansion. As he kind of looks at Bink, I believe you understand how Mordenkainen's mansion works.
Yeah.
Yes, it is that. It is essentially that, except the mages of Candlekeep and some of their associates have figured out how to create permanent versions of those that don't need to end or refresh every day or so, though there's some stipulations to being able to use it, one of which is that it must be linked to a doorway here in Candlekeep. But I can make other doors wherever I please, and I have planted one in this area. So, presumably, theoretically, you could knock on my door within Candlekeep and enter my abode, should I allow it. And even make your way back down here if you really needed to. For a price, of course.
Oh, I thought your door only opened down here because we've never seen a person of multiple eyes upstairs.
Yes, well, I'm not really widely accepted on the surface, so I tend to keep to myself, though I've made connections enough so that I was able to gain favor within the council of the library system here, and they saw fit to allow me this access, and I'm relatively unimpeded. I don't really need to peruse in front of the general public anyways, so it works out quite nicely for me.
So, would you give us a map to your doorway, or is there some secret knock and we just have to hit a certain wall?
No, it's just one of the many doorways along the hallway. You just simply ask a page. The hallways change depending on how many doors are currently in use or not, so simply request my room from one of the pages and they can take you to it.
Oh, okay. Well, that's awesome. Thanks.
Well, anything else I can answer for you?
Not current.
Well, that's a shame. I was hoping maybe I could make some more money, get some more fancy pieces today, but that's alright. There will be other times. I'm sure you will need more information in the future, and I will be more than happy to make more bargains and barters for it. I have access to just about nearly everything, including a connection to the Guardian. Yes, well, I wish you the best of luck down here. Your path back will be much different than your path here. I certainly recommend that you avoid the Guardian at all costs. Or at least don't make them angry. Don't try to steal any books. It won't go over very well for you, I promise. Well, that is that. I believe it's time for me to have some lunch, so enjoy. You see, he taps the wall again as a portal reappears and he opens the door to step back through. Ta-ta! He closes.
Said bye.
Oh, yeah. And he closes the door behind him and you see the portal disappear. You find yourselves once again in the restricted section, all by yourself. Well, the 6 of you.
All by our lonesome together.
With the quiet air around you.
Alright, do we want to get out of here?
Have we found all the information we needed to get?
Unless you can think of anything else. I don't know what else we were looking for down.
Sorry, I lagged out there for a second there.
I mean, I'm slightly disappointed that that book was vampirism and not lycanthropy, but I can go without.
We could stick around and look for one on lycanthropy.
Like, dang, I was trying to find a cookbook. What else? Conjure the undead and rule the world. I just tossed it to the side. Try to find some, like, spaghetti recipe or something.
Ruining Bink's vibe down here.
I mean, the longer we stay down here, the more chance we have to get into an altercation.
So does that mean you want to leave?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So, to Tyr's throne room?
Tyr's throne room.
Okay. Gather around. Try this button again.
Alright. As you all gather around, hold hands, and begin to chant your plane shift to take you to Tyr's throne room, I'd like you to roll a D100.
Okay. Really rolling the dice on this one.
Mm-hmm.
88.
Cool. As you concentrate, you begin to once again feel yourselves pulled through these planes of existence, speeding through the atmosphere, speeding through reality, speeding through space, seeing these colors. You once again experience that rise in temperature, that change in color, though this time it's more intense than it was before. It seems that now that some time has passed and this rift, this crack, this corruption has gone a little deeper and affected things a little bit more. You all take 10 points of fire damage.
Ouch.
As you are teleported through this just absolutely scorching chunk of planar existence on your path and your travel here. But you do manage to arrive still intact in Tyr's throne room once again. And that's where we'll pick up next time.
Cool.
God damn.
Alright, that's where we'll call it.